Hello everybody, welcome to NIMBY Rails, a brand new indie game where you can build anywhere in the world. Let's fire up the save we've been working on. Northern California, the capital corridor from Sacramento to San Jose. So the game uses I guess a version of OpenStreetMaps, so you can go anywhere in the world. Hamburg, and you can, wow, I didn't realize, that's a lot of dockyard and stuff. But anywhere in the world, and you can build rails, and it kind of shows you the population you can connect your rails to and move people around. It's only passenger rails. Copenhagen. There's still a lot of development to do. It's early access, but it's a pretty cool game even as it is. Where are you, Edrin? Where are you, Narvik? I was watching some history things on the battles of Narvik during World War II. California to Hawaii. There's Bergen. Oslo. Currently, mountains don't make a difference. Got some refunds. Who gave away refunds? We have 135 million. They're spying on you, yep. Alright. But we have Sacramento, Davis, Dixon, Vacaville, Fairfield, Vallejo, and Richmond is our terminus at the moment. So, we are money-wise counting. So we're making 2 million so far in fares. So I have a main line and then some trams to try to feed passengers to the main line. Right over their house, yep. It's a live satellite feed. So the thing I was gonna do, let's go ahead and let it kind of run a little bit, make sure it just, we have all new passengers kind of baked in case over the save kind of gets weird. So we have 135 million. So we can expand some of the trams systems to try to feed more passengers. We really don't have enough money yet to start building the next line, which will be from Richmond to San Jose, our next goal. Alright, let me kind of slow this down a little bit here. And so we've been having problems between Davis and Dixon. For some reason, yeah, they're very angry there. But I have a theory. So when this train gets to Davis, I'm going to try to fine-tune. So the trains can do 220. I have set the schedule based on going 180 miles per hour, or kilometers per hour. So we just picked up 142 passengers, dropped off 13. So as this train heads to Dixon, what I'm going to do is I'm going to slow it down to real time. We're going to take a look at the train, and we're going to see we have 32 people want to go to Dixon. They're slightly angry. But what I want to see is people coming from Davis are happy. So that's interesting, because that's what I want to check. People coming from Davis, 3, but I don't know where they're going. People coming from Dairy Road. $113. So going to Davis, coming from Davis, going to Dixon, kind of upset. I wish I could tell how many are going from directly from Davis to Dixon. Can't get both pieces of information. People going to Caneo Park are really angry. But I was wondering if total coming from there you go. Yeah. Alright, yeah, I don't know if I have the information I need to. Someone's going to Dixon. Okay, well, they are angry. So the thing I want to try is. So let's completely pause it for just a moment. I don't know if it'll affect. So right now the one's going to Dixon directly, which is the first stop, so they don't have to transfer. They're angry, fair, and time. So if I look at this and going from Davis to Dixon, if I speed it up a little bit, that's Sacramento. That's from Sacramento. Oh, there we go. That's from Sacramento to Davis. That's from Davis to Sacramento. Okay. I was wondering where that number went. But it's from 149.09, actually 159.39 plus this gets to 0. So I don't think this number is actually correct. It should be one. It's actually 146. Should be 155. Because you take that time, add 130, you get this. And if you add 921, you get back to 0. 0 time on the route. So that is not correct. Actually should ask that question in the Steam forum. But anyway, what I want to do is I want to try to fix some of these. So going to Dixon, so if I speed up Davis to Dixon by messing with this time, it should speed up the train. So if I speed it up by 20 seconds. So this one, So right now they're angry. 87 and 39. Minus 87. And minus 0.39. Yep. 87, not 97. Alright. And this train is going... How fast? 220? So it's going full speed. Bloop. On the next leg, it gets up to 210. Cartoon Man, welcome and resub. Thank you very much. Let me pause that for a moment because I'm doing some stuff. Hello, welcome, thank you, bang bang. And Hype and Love, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. So why is it going so fast? I thought they were going like 180 or a little faster than that. So 110, 210. So I may not be able to speed them up as much as I think. So I need the next train from Davis to Dixon to see if that adjusted. And right now the ones that want to go to Vacaville. Alright. Alright, so now you're coming here. And you guys, who... Dixon. They're still angry. 82 minus 40. So not very much difference. But like, there wasn't much speed difference available. So let's go to... the 130 pricing. And wait for the next train. So I'm trying to figure out we are in the weekday, you know, midday traffic, so we should be getting pretty good traffic. And is anybody bloop. 1 off, no, 27 off, 11 on. We got 5,000 in fares. Next train. So we lowered our fare. Alright, and now the ones that want to go to Dixon, less angry. Minus 60 and minus 38. So fare hasn't changed that much. Time has. Is this minimum weight, minimum interval? Let's try 31 on that. Speed, let's let them get up to speed. See what they accelerate to. 220. Max speed of the train. So I'm not accounting for that. It took a while to accelerate. So I don't think I'm accounting for the full acceleration of the train. So we're going to the deep dive of analyzing how to make people happy. People going to Fairfield are happy. Or they just changed. Just weird. 2 people, 17 at Dixon. Caneo Park are very, very angry. 84 minus 47. Alright, so let's do a thing here. Let's re-estimate the travel times based on 170. See what happens. All right, 6 minutes. Alright, now let this burn in for a little bit. Might kick in some refunds because they're being charged. I did lower the price a little bit. But it might kick in some refunds. But still, it's under 10%. Under 1%? Under 1%, so that's not bad. Let me just let this burn in for a full routing. Okay, we got a little refund. Alright, so now we have a new train coming towards Dixon from Davis. Alright, so let's see what the top speed gets up to. Uh, 195. Alright, so now I have some wiggle room. No one's going to Dixon now. No one wants to go to Dixon? That was you, right? Yeah. But Canal Park. This is the right train, right? Man, they're going all over the place. The one going all the way down to, I think that's in, no, I forget where that is. Why is there 2 Vacaville's? Oh, that one. I need to rename that one. It's confusing me. Pause for a second. Where would I rename that? Oh, on here. Vaco local. So information, info. There it is. Alright, that one, where's that? Called center. Alright, just so I have a different than the Vacaville train station. Can tell a difference. Alright, so now to get back to lines. Train going in Dixon is going 195. So I have room to speed things up if I need to make them happier. So no one's going to Dixon directly, but Linford, they're okay. Let go. California, Jacobs Intermediate, they are not very happy. Fair time. They don't like the time. I'm trying to figure out what time relates to. Fair. 4283. They aren't as unhappy with the fare. Alright, let me see if we can. It's not letting go of the when I right click to move the map. Alright, let's burn in. Next train coming through. Alright, so you are going 194. 181 passengers, which is good. Alright, anybody going to Dixon? Yes, they are very, very... Whoops, I won't do that. They are very, very angry. 0.74 minus 83. 0.84. 0.91. Plus... Fair plus 1, so Klima. So they like, where's Klima? Fairfield. So they like the time. No, they like the fare of the Klima. Probably because the trip there is pretty long on the tram, but it's a fixed price. So probably the ones on longer routes. No, that's pretty close. Fairmead Park, super happy. Fare plus 1, time plus 03. Overall. So I like Dixon. The farther they go, Pinole, happier they are. So we're making a lot of people happy, but that middle route to Dixon is just making people very, very angry. Alright, let's see if are they angry on the way from Sacramento. If they're going to Dixon. Canal Park, they're still neutral. So there's one. Okay, so does this change after they get to Davis? Because we know they'll still be on the train when they get to Davis. So there's one. Now $7. Alright, let's let them get through Davis. So it has to speed up to... Now there's 7 of them. They're very mad. But there 6 of them got on in Davis. So the ones from Davis are very mad. time. So there's something about this trip, but now I can speed up that trip because I know we have extra time. So if I make it what it used to be, 541, and at the current price, are we gonna get people happy on that leg? So we've used the extra headroom from scheduling at a slower speed. So we'll follow this train here. Halfway. So by going to Dixon. Okay, so on that leg, everyone's really, really happy. Davis, no one's going to Dixon at all? Alright, but does it make people happier going from Davis to Dixon? Stop, bang bang, who's that? Carl the Curious, 44 months. One of the originals, thank you. Bang bang. In your backyard, yep. Hype and love, thank you very much. Welcome, how you doing? We're trying to figure out the ins and outs of how to make people happy. Stay away from my property. So we're hoping to figure that out. So far, everybody coming from Sacramento is very happy on the first leg, and then all of a sudden, a bunch of them are now angry going to Dixon. So I sped that up. Total 19. Leg 4 minutes, total 19. Time fair. Caneo Park, super angry. Time fair, -85. And if we, oh, we got a couple compensations. If we go to short trips, there we go. Dixon. Oh, there we go, there we go. We do have more information. Show trips, show all. There's the magic button. Yeah, refund system is odd. But as odd as it is, it's making for some interesting analytics and gameplay. Alright, so here's the information I want. Anybody coming from Davis going to Dixon? No, they're all dairy. Okay, the Dairy Road I am Field, which is basically UC Davis. Let's just rename it UC Davis. They're not quite so angry. The ones from Figgy Park are super angry. And the ones going to Caneo Park are also super angry. Anyone from Davis? No, there's none from Davis itself. Going from there, the Grant Mahoney Park, they're happy. So where is that? Vallejo. So longer trips are fine. There's something about this short trip that just makes everybody super, super angry. Linford, that's in Dixon. That's what I need to do is rename the stations, their city name first. So I just know where the origin. Davis, they're super happy. Yeah, Figgy Park to Linford, that's after Caneo Park. Total. Is it because they're waiting at the station? Does the wait at the station do anything? $7. Per kilometer. Base ticket price. Oh, is that doing it? So they're paying $2 to get on the tram, $5 base ticket price per kilometer. Why aren't they paying the price per kilometer? Dixon, $7. Alright, let's watch these guys go to keep this. So we've dropped everybody off. Have you left yet? Alright, who do you have? Show all. Alright, so you got... Okay, so now they've paid. So they pay the base price when they get on the train. And then when they get at the destination station, they then add the price per kilometer. So they're very angry about time and fare. Minus... Oof. 172. So they are very, very angry. So how do I make them not angry? Oh, let me pause this again. How many are moving on to Linford? A bunch. Valley Glen. Even the one from Dixon is unhappy. Well, because it's $2 for a short trip. Dixon to... There's no one going to... But everybody's angry. Something about this trip just gets them all very, very mad. Valley Glen to Linford. Where the heck is that? Is that there? Yeah, there it is. Even going from here to there is getting them angry. But of course they're paying, well, they're paying $2 for a long trip. That's probably time-based. Yeah, it's mostly time-based, not fare-based. Alright, let's see what happens when they get to... Neo Park. Boom. 10 got off, nobody gone. Alright, so now the ones going... So they've already paid... Yeah, they've already paid... So they paid this at the end. Pay this at the beginning, this at the end. Then they paid the $2 to get on the tram. So they're still the same. Tiki Park. Very bad. Alright, let's see what happens when they get there, if there's any refunds. We're not giving away a lot of refunds, which is good. But what in the heck is gonna take to make these people happy? So there's 15. They really don't like the time. So they are counting the waiting time. Alright, let's try... Alright, let's see what the wait time here does. So if we remove this to 0, 30 seconds, and also at the... They don't have to wait there. They have to wait at Davis. Now one change, let's see what that does. Alright. So let the new train bake in. So this one coming from Sacramento. So if we count this... Okay, everybody going to... From Sacramento, no one's going to... Dixon. But everyone's happy to with wherever they are going. Except for that guy going to Mace. Likes the fare, doesn't like the time. Alright. You can go away. Alright, let's see what happens when they get to Davis. Boop. And boop. Alright, now we have... Nobody going to... No one going to, any place in, Dixon. Well, that doesn't help. That doesn't help. Dragon Embers gifting 5 sub. Holy cow. Akio, Batman GTA 83, Tornimer, Larita Chen, and Mamoru-san getting gift subs from Dragon Embers. Thank you very much. All the bangs. All the hype and love. Thank you. It's sub day, woo! It's also Bad Throat Day. But thank you very much, Dragon Embers. Very much appreciated. Now you guys get the cutest emotes on Twitch. Alright, so that one doesn't have what we need here. We need Dixon. Alright, you have guys going to So far, no one we care about. How have you paid? No. Sure. So who paid? Was that an average? Oh, that was an average. Okay, there we go. Because when it was group by origin, no, group by destination, there's some that was like 633, but that's the average. That's averaging. So everybody, yeah, they either paid $5 at Sacramento or $2 to get on a tram to get to Sacramento to move on. So far they're all pretty happy. No refunds. Alright, let's see what happens when they get to Davis. Boop. And boop. Alright, now we have a lot of very, very angry people. Time and fare. Figgy Park are even more angry. Sacramento, the amphitheater. They're getting disappointed. Klima. Swanston, so that's in Sacramento. Figgy Park, Caneo Park, $7. They're all very, 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 very angry. Time. So I tried speeding things up on this track. So you guys are going 214, so you're pretty much maxed out. So 541 is pretty much as fast as you can make that trip. So you're going faster than everyone else. That's not making anybody happier. Just doing your bit to help you keep up the great world. Thank you very much. Very, very much appreciated. Alright, so that's not working out like I thought it would be, speeding things up there. We also cut down the amount of wait time at Davis. I think. Sacramento, wait. Alright, let's see the next train. Let's see how long it waits at Davis. Make sure I know that's doing the right thing there. Boop. So it goes there. Yeah, it only waits 30 seconds at Davis. So they get off the train immediately, so that shouldn't affect their wait time. Let's try it anyway though. So you guys are also... Looks like you're very angry. Show all. Very, very angry. I mean, we're kind of holding the line on refunds. I think because it's such a short trip, having a base ticket price raises the average price per kilometer. So let's go ahead and temporarily delete that. Find a new train. And Group by, show all. Most full. Canal Park, Figgy Park. Okay, that. Okay, so that's it. The base ticket price, because it's the shortest route, was kicking in and raising the average here compared to everywhere else. So having a base price baked in really doesn't hurts on short trips, which makes sense. All right, so let's go ahead and run this for a little bit. So I'm thinking at the moment we shouldn't have any more refunds. 26,000, did we have one? 1,900. Let's go through full day or get into the next day. So for Tuesday we've made 3.5 million in profit, which is good. What we'd like to hit is, I think with the route I have, I think trying to hit 5 million a day on weekdays is a reasonable expectation, by increasing the tram input to the stations. So next I think I want to play with price per kilometer on the tram. So base ticket price, really, I don't know if there's any positives to it. I did get some refund. Okay, so we're in the next day. Let's run through all of Wednesday with the current price. See what we get. How many passengers did we get? Start a trip. Reach destination. Boarded train. Oh, if they did transferred, then yeah. So that minus that should equal that. So 151, and then those are the ones that just happened to be on the train when the day changed over. So 151,000 passengers. So if we can increase that number, that was on a Tuesday, to 200,000. A couple of small refunds. So I think that would be the goal. We'll look at passenger trips, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, you know. We'll go back and compare to past weeks. See if we increase it from another 30%. So from 150,000 to 200,000, or 100,000 to 130,000. $238 in refunds. I'm gonna boost. No, I think we'll keep it as is, and we'll spend our money expanding some tram tracks, because we're making money fine now. So we'll look at boosting passenger trips, especially down Richmond and Vallejo and Sacramento. And then if we increase that, if we can get to 5 million a day on weekdays, that'd be 25. plus a little bit on the weekend, about 30 million a week. That would be enough to 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks should I'd be able to add a route. Well, it's gonna be pretty expensive here in the Bay Area. But I think we'll have closer stations with pretty basic tram routes feeding them. At least sort of start off with. Yeah, very, very few refunds. Probably from let's go ahead and let me go ahead and reset these. We got a little extra speed boost there. Let's let it kick into the next day. Do we get, how much information do we get about? Counting passengers, reach transfer, started trip, boarded train, reach transfer. So started trip, I think that. We'll look at each station and see how much the whether the bigger tram, how much the bigger tram systems impact the stations there. So we'll let Wednesday bake in, and then we'll look at all the numbers. So this today, like I said, is all about figuring out some of the mechanics of this game. Can totally do. So run the tram down that way. Have to leave room to be able to get we can put a train station. Might get weird. Alright, 53,000 so far. Okay, we're overnight. So it's really slowed down. Fair bit of work, yeah, exactly. Uncle Bod, hello, welcome. Yeah, especially I think signaling is his highest priority right now. And he said single tracking and signaling, so you can actually build just single track if you need to, if you want to try to go on the cheap, and then just use sidings for passing. Yeah, so it really slowed down overnight. We were at 50 in the 50,000s for hours and hours. So you could really dig into the weeds on this one. Trying to optimize scheduling. You can get in here and just, you know, say the train's gonna reach here at this point at this time every day, and it would do it as long as it doesn't get stopped by a bad signal somewhere. Alright, so now it's starting to pick up again. Very, very few refunds. So I probably do want to push the price a little bit more. But I think we'll get the passengers first. Because I think any trams we add now, they'll still stay happy. And then we can start pushing for pushing the price, experimenting with price per kilometer on the trams. Yeah, because it was when I was pushing, what it was this is the shortest leg, and I had the base ticket price at 5, and so it pushed, when I was kind of pushing up against price per kilometer, that would get about 10% refunds. They were all here because the base ticket price pushed the average into their anger range. And then I think it was specifically, and then the other part is, I think it's by the crow flies, and the fact that this tram goes backwards and this kind of points backwards meant that the people were closer, but they're paying more to get to where they're going after they get to their destination. Yep. Okay, we got a handful. So there's some happening somewhere. Can I actually? Bloop, 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 bloop. All right, 2.4 million for time acceleration. Yeah, did buy it anyway. Yeah, one more level of, I would like one more level, 2 more levels of time acceleration. One that's even faster than this. Although it already kind of gets buggy with trains getting stuck behind each other or at branches at this speed. But one more beyond this and one between this and this. A little bit faster than this, and then a lot faster than this. For yeah, it's one guy. I don't know if he even has an office, but it's one guy in Barcelona doing all this. $2.8 million. Oh, we got some compensations now. Yep, some more compensations. Stop that. That's averaging about 100 per. It's actually 100 per. Alright, why did that start happening? Is it full trains? 127,000. $10,000. I mean, it's still a small portion. 0.3% right now. Alright, we should be kicking the next day. I think it's 1600. I think it's where it kicks over. $3.2 million, so we're making $3 million a day on weekdays. So that'd be 15 million, maybe another 3 million on the total weekend. 2 million, 17 million. Check last week's take. Compensations have stopped. See if it is 1600 hours that it kicks over. Yep. All right. Let me go ahead and pause it. All right. So we made 3.6 million fares, 3.4 million in profit compared to yesterday, 3.6 million. Looks like Monday is the best. 151,000, 152,000. Oh, I think part of Tuesday had higher fare prices. Plus, they might have been going longer distances. 152,000. I need to use the restroom again, so let me do that real fast. Hiccup. Some BRB. Bloop. Bloop. Bam. Bloop. Alright, I'm back. Thank you guys for waiting. Alright, that. Thank you. Alright, so 152,000 passengers, which is good. Now let's look at each station and its productivity. So Sacramento had no, day before. 11,000. Alright, let's see what we can do here. No, put bottom. Sacramento, 11,000. Reach transfer 15. No. Reach destination. Like I said, I think that's because the change of day is in the middle of rush hour. It's like some people gone but didn't reach their destination, or vice versa. It should all work out. Alright, so Davis, which should be the biggest because it has by far the largest population. Counting day before. Huh. 3,700. Board train, reach transfer, reach destination. Not quite sure how to interpret. I think on overall it makes sense. Here though, it's like most of the people are coming from another area. So boarded train might actually... I don't know, let's... Waited too long. Refunded, compensated. So, a whole bunch in Davis. Dixon now. Occasionally when you click, it doesn't unclick. Dixon. Day before. Wow, you already have 600. No, Wednesday. No, that's right. How come your accounting is different? Thursday. How come you don't have a Thursday? Oh, this is the number I want, but I don't know why you don't have a Thursday. $4,900, 26,000. Boarded train, reach transfer. Yeah, I'm not sure this is giving me the information I'm looking for. Counting Wednesday, fares. $1,000, boarded train $25,000. Yeah, I'm not quite sure how to interpret these numbers. Reach transfer, reach destination. Because I think this is all the ones that started here. How could that many more reach their destination? Boarded train. Reach transfer. That and that add up to that and that. Yeah, about. Fairfield. $29,000. Would probably have to sit down and... Well, I'll get a rough estimate of if the total reaches the 150,000, or which number reaches the 150,000. Vallejo. Actually, put it over here. Accounting. Like I said, I'm not sure why the accounting doesn't start or doesn't have Wednesday. And then finally Richmond. Counting. Only 6,000. I really need to up the number there. 29,000. Of course, that's going both ways. Oh, that was Fairfield, which has a lot of trams. Vallejo only 8,000, which doesn't have... Yeah, I built really minimal systems in Vallejo and Richmond. Fairfield has a lot of trams, so we can see that having a lot of trams. I think Davis is the second... No, Vacaville is the second best. 28,000 or 26,000, 29,000. Dixon only 5,000. Davis 19,000. Sacramento, yeah, 30,000. I think a lot of people get delivered in Sacramento, so they hop onto the trams from. And that's another thing. It's like all these, unlike Transport Fever, the people go and they come back. So if they have to go somewhere, they have to come back. I think here it's just all one-way trips. So, but okay, were we approximately the same? 150,000. So if we add them all up, 7, 37, 45. 45, 62, 73, 74, 80, 90, 94, 105, 110, 130,000. Yeah, it's ballparkish. Because that won't count all the ones who just go tram to tram. So that makes about sense. Alright, so we want to get this up to a bigger number. Let's just crank it up. We know we're making money. Let's make that money. And then let's add... I really should put in a station. I guess I could put stations in between. Because I want to build another train station that goes south. So I could put a tram station there. I could also kick out the other end and go this way. Could add another station on here. I think that's the first thing to do. Let's do that. Tracks. Stations. Tram. Look at all these delicious people in Bayside Park. And then we'll go to the rodeo. And then I'll loop out of here. And hit some of this neighborhood. So we'll add 2 more to this one. And Rodeo. Rodeo Post Office. Oop. Oh, darn it. You can end up building a pretty cheap viaduct for another river. Another river. Alright, let's build that. Build all blueprints. Build. Alright, now we need to fix the line. So Richmond local. So we add on from... So we add on from the one from the end. So we get to Louis Francis Park. And add station. And in Pinole, then you do the one going out, get to continue. Continue. Then back. And then boom. And we're done there. And we have to recalculate everything. So we're going to base this on 40 kilometers an hour, 30-second wait, boom. Minimum interval, 10 still, but I think we want to. So we have a total of 51 minutes, 60 minutes, 50 minutes, 3 trains, 20, 18 would be 56, 15 minutes. Spread them out a little bit. I'm not gonna put any more trains on there because they are probably not running at capacity. We'll look at adding trains. I think the most important thing is add the lines, and then we can add trains if they are hitting capacity. I think that'd be perfectly fine. And then Vallejo, let's add a couple stops to that one. Probably don't want to go to Mare Island, but we can kick this one up into here. What I'll probably do is have a line feed the valley here at some point, but just feed it into Fairfield. And I have the kind of money that would pay for something like that. Our main focus is going to be a new line that runs down to San Jose and catches all the East Bay. Yeah, very few refunds so far. Alright, and then Vallejo, a new track, some new station. It's like a perfect place there. Then we'll run this one. Ooh, look at that. That's more footpaths. This one, if I run that out there, we'll put on one more train and spread them out. Because I definitely want to get out this way. Holy cow. It's like a golf course has everybody. Holy cow. How many would be there? 2,700? kind of funny when there's stuff like that happening. Alright, let's get out of here. Track now. Alright, and now stations over here. Solano Community College Vallejo Center. Not my bad. Wait a minute. Exactly 100 meters. Definitely getting whatever nonsense this is. Sea Lion Stadium. Oh yeah, that's the old Great America. Six Flags now. I still call it Great America. Solano Middle School. Everything's gonna be named after schools. I'll go one more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that's enough. So we got 14, 14, 15, and 16. Marine World Great America is in Santa Clara. Yeah. No, this used to be it. That's where it used to be. Marine World Great America. Now it's Six Flags something. Discovery Kingdom. Hey, Mr. Terminator, welcome. Napsmore, welcome as well. Right through the horse race track. Nope, what the heck happened there? Undo. Undo. There, that worked. Oops. Why? Why is that red? Okay, it's not red until I do something. Okay, that's good. So that's fine. Let's just get out of here. There we go. And one more. Alright, looks like we got a river to cross. It does count. $60 will make any difference. Alright, so there's line, so 8 million there, build all the blueprints. Let's expand it, add a tram, and then, yeah, definitely 4 on this one. And what are you guys? You guys are, oops, escape. Trains. So you can click on you. 215 passengers. Alright, lines, Vallejo local. Alright, so we want to at St. Catherine of Siena School, going back to Vallejo. So we want to add from there. Boop. 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 And boop. Alright, that's done, and now timetable 40, 30. And then we have an hour. Hour and 5 minutes. We're gonna have 4 trains, so 15, so 14 minutes each interval. Boop. And then trains. Purchase new train, city tram. One purchase, boop, and Vallejo local. Excellent. Alright, so you oh, I forgot to add this side of things. Oops. Alright, lines, Vallejo. So we Grant Mahoney to Lincoln. Boop. Boop. So Grant Mahoney, Lincoln, Terrace Park, Lincoln, Grant Mahoney. Alright. So now we gotta recalculate. Estimate travel times. 14 should still be good for interval. We just gotta bake it in, fill in next 2. And that should up the rate there. Alright, so we're in the next day. So yesterday we made 3.5 million. Wow, actually even after all the buying, day before was all the... No, today is all the buying. Oh yeah, 3.5 million per weekday on ticket revenue. 3.6, 3.9, 5 million on Monday, but yeah, that's when we got rid of the base ticket price for the main train. So we're making less, but we should be far fewer refunds. Alright, so that will help that. I need a second line in Richmond. Those are just city trams. I'm not sure what the Sepia goes to 220 kilometers an hour. I'm not sure what it actually looks like. Some of them are bullet trains. H Vitesse goes 320. Caillou only goes 120. London goes 100. Roleva goes 350. And New York goes 90. Yeah, it's an American. So the Sepia seems... Although these others carry a lot more. So we get some Vitesse 500. Can't even change it. It's just 8 cars. City tram max 5 down to 1. I'm doing 3. Which one costs 5 million? Yeah, for 3 extra million, you know, almost double the capacity. So Six Flags, Discovery Kingdom, and Vallejo. Yep. Yeah, so the it used to be Great America, Marine World Great America. That's where it used to be. Now changed. That's right, it was in Redwood City. I never went to the Redwood City location. Oh, we went to the Vallejo on both versions, the Marine World and then the Discovery Park. Mountain View. Oof, look at all those tasty people. We can get down there, we can really make the bucks. Alright, yep, full speed. Eat all those people. Alright, so how am I gonna do... I could do a crossover. But let's first loop out and catch these people. And then we'll put in another station. And loop over to get sent. We'll work our way out to Port Richmond, and then we'll loop over the trains this way. far apart do I want to? Berkeley. Be interesting to see what the best strategy would be for our second line. Keep the stations close together for the main line and just have short feeder tram routes. Plow right through the let me just see. Regular ground track. So kilometer with all 1 kilometer with just the track would be 2 million. 16 overpasses, 17 million. Yeah, I think we follow the hills just outside the population and roads, and then tram people in. There will come a time when I can actually afford to do stuff like this, but now is not the time. So I think I was wise to run the more rural line here first. Then we can tackle that. And when we get that making money, then we can tackle going up into San Francisco. Just plow right through the heart of the everything. For sunlight too, yep. Alright, first loop into... We'll hook it around, because this will, when they have signaling, we could probably branch and get, you know, get 100% coverage. Right now it's just a matter of 1800, 2100, 14, 15, 2500, wow, and 1200. So let me put in the second station. And then when we have a lot of money, we can just rebuild everything. About 2 miles away, very cool. Yeah, Santa Clara, I've been there a few times too. Been to Great America there and Great America in Vallejo. Tram station. There we go, there's the proper distance. $102 as well. Boop. All right, so that's in there for later. Actually, let me cross this one over, because that one can shoot out that way. Let's go ahead and build that. And you can make these circles smaller and more compact if you want to. Not quite sure why you'd want to. Now, is there... Move, delete, and then... Okay. Actually, what I should do is delete this track. Alright. To move or delete target, must select their control points. Oop. Alright, so add or remove points from section. Delete section.
Plebs are needed.
Selection. Sorrow Song 8, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the chill team. Thank you very much. Yeah, the Great American Santa Clara, they had a situation where they built a new roller coaster on the edge of the park, but it's too close to some houses, so they had to tell people not to scream. Welcome. It's like until they could build a tunnel around that section of the track to contain the screams. Alright, so let's go ahead and delete this. Can that be undone? Are you sure? Yes. Alright, and now tracks again. Tram track. Alright, so you're gonna kind of come out a little bit this way. Boop, and build. Yes, boom. Alright, did that mess up the, yes it did, the line. Richmond local, kind of fan path to start a line, so we need to stop that. We need to delete 1. And now from Fairmead Park 11, add, stop that. Stop that. See, it's not letting go. Is that my mouse? Alright, now we gotta recalculate times. It's 115. And that. Travel times. Alright. So that should be good. So Fairmead is now 1. To Mountalvin Manor, Louis Franks, Louis Francis, Pinole, Bayside, Rodeo Post Office, Bayside, Pinole, Louis Franks, Manor, Park, there, right. Let's actually follow a train and see if it... Stop following each other. Sometimes if you're going full speed, they won't spread out. Okay, now that one's waiting. Alright, there we go. Alright, but what that did is now that allows me a path to get out of here with the new tracks. Whoa, that caused some compensations. We did make 4 million in so we actually probably made more in profit that on Friday. Saturday, of course, is not going to be. How many people are we doing? 172,000. 151,000. So the Vallejo and this have already gotten us up to 172,000 for the weekday. Nice. Alright, so we're gonna add two more lines this. Yeah. And then we're gonna go add some to Sacramento and see if we can get over 200,000 people a day. We still have 100,000 bucks too, although, you know, probably spend most of it on these trams. Alright, so now this one can go out. Alright, new stations. Do I want to go over this way? That's a lot of people there. Or just hook back in here. One, two, three. Alright, let's see. $800. Doesn't seem worth it. $1,200. Save quite a bit with a 50-meter, 100,000 or 500,000, 400,000 per station. Alright, so there's 1,200. Try. Nope. Let's try. $900. $700. Yeah, it still seems to be the best one. Boop. And then yeah, just had 2 stops. Nah, that's a pretty good population, everyone. Nah, I don't want to necessarily make these too long. It's like when you can do branching reliably, that'll be interesting. That'll make things a lot easier. All these school names. This whole transportation system is just to get school kids to their schools. $1,500 though, that's not too bad. Okay, we'll just do 2 on this one. Track alone. Alright, can we do this without slowing down? No, there's water in the way. Okay, that's all 45, nice. And this should be pretty simple. Alright, bake that in. Then we'll add one more train and set the schedule. Blueprints, build. Yeah, then we'll do Sacramento. Could definitely add a second line to Vallejo. Saturday, 70,000 people. Refund 63,000. Are we charging for? Yeah, we should still be charging for this. The line's $2. Still less than 10%. Compensations, whoa. So, no, that's when I broke everything. Waited too long. Around the east side of it, yeah, right, exactly. It's like if you didn't want to hear people screaming on the roller coasters, why'd you buy the house next to a theme park? Alright, let's add that on. So we need to go from 11 Fairmead Park. Add trains. Oh, come on. Now you're being logical. It's not allowed. Ah, dang it. Delete. Alright, and now estimate travel times and set intervals. But we'll add one more train, so now we're at, actually we'll reset the intervals to 4 trains over an hour 15. That's 70 minutes, 4 trains. 16 minutes. And then add a train. One unit 3, that's boom, boom, Richmond local. There we go, and now we have four trains on there. We have For Saturday, we've done almost 100,000 passengers so far. 2.5 million. Let me expand the one line in Sacramento first, and then we'll add a second line in Richmond and Sacramento. Because of course Sacramento alone is... So let's extend... So I do it on the north side or south side? So we'll have to get... Now whichever way this eventually goes, we'll have to expand it. Do I want to try to get back this way? No. So we got 1, 2, 3. Let's try a pretty long stretch. So let's just... So we got 3, let's add 4 more just straight across. See what that does. Station, tram. So Howe Park. $1,700, nice. Oh, that's weird. It actually gets more people when it's shorter to a certain extent. Interesting. We'll go with our standard 100 meters. Farmers market. Two. Three. And 4. Boop. Probably recognize it. Yeah, it is a carbon fly. And then where's the school I went to? There's the school I went to. And the public school right down the street, so definite rivals. Hagen Oaks Golf Course. I've golfed there. I've golfed there. That's a private country club. Haven't golfed there. There's a golf course, a little 9-hole golf course right on the river. It's really cool. Golfed there a bunch of times. And there's one out here. There's one. Back in the day, it was $3 to play that course. So we played that one a lot. Alright, let's expand the track here. Let's avoid that water. Nope, there's a river right there. I should put the Should put the station on top of the water. No, the airports, yeah. Yeah, we had an example. We had a really bad example here of somebody who was a county supervisor who bought. So the airport's here. I'm not sure where their house was, but they, they work for the county, and they somehow got the county to buy their house from them because it was too noisy for like $700,000. And this is when the average price of a house was $150,000. It's like, yeah, that's something stinks there. Alright, we need to get this little viaduct going here. Boop. And regular tram, and that should do the rest. Fine. 72, yeah, it's fast enough. Oh, thank you, Arrow. Welcome. Another river. Oh, let's turn so we can avoid it on the south side there. These aren't that expensive if you do them right. It's more the fact that it's a pain to have to stop your building. Oop. One more? Two more. Get the noise from play, yeah. There's one that's further away. Yeah, I was just working out earlier that the base ticket price really hurts the shorter legs of the route, because a base price plus per kilometer makes the average for that short leg higher than the other legs, and so it pushes people into being angry about it. No, that's not how we would do that. And that's not how we want to do it. Nope. That's how we want to do it. Less from, but more from 2 to 3. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, so per kilometer is probably the best way to do it. Hey, Ale Crafter, welcome. Not my backyard, yep. Because you're allowed to build train tracks through everybody's backyard. Oh, really nasty final approach, yeah. San Jose, the regular airport, it's like if you're in downtown San Jose, it almost feels like the planes are flying between the buildings. It's pretty wild. Alright, so that's 8 million there. Build all blueprints. Build the boop. I think I have the bigger... this is before I sized down the trams. So I think these are pretty high capacity. So I might just spread these out because I have 4. Yeah, I'll just spread these out. Yeah, I mean, it really feels like it. I mean, I haven't flown into San Jose, so I don't know what it looks like from the air. But yeah, there's a couple different conventions in downtown San Jose. TwitchCon a couple years ago, and then World Science Fiction Convention. When was that? 2003? I think so. That's built lines. Sunday. So it's Saturday. Yeah, we had 100,000 on Saturday. That's not too bad. Let's see what we get on Sunday. Alright, so Sacramento North line. So we want to go from Redwood Park to Swanston. Add. Boop. 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 And boop. Alright, now we just need to spread these guys out a little bit more, and so set, let's do that first, then we'll reset that. Estimated travel time 40 and 30, boom. And then I'll leave the depot in the morning. I'll leave at the same time, get stuck. Oh yeah. Yeah, I haven't bothered with that yet because running costs are so small compared to everything else that while I can see the benefit of shutting down your trains, I could see more of a benefit of adding trains to peak hours rather than taking trains off of overnight. Alright, so the real interval we need is hour 2 divided by 4:15. No. Do 13. I think 16 is too long. I think actually. There will be one of the intervals that, like I said, I'm not sure this number is correct. Because I don't think it counts the time it takes to loop back to the first stop. It just doesn't seem right. Yeah, because that's the time it takes to loop back. And it's 102 to get here. So this should be 106:47 or 107:17. So yeah. But I don't try to push the interval. Whatever the interval is, then back it off a minute or two. Alright, so now we should really have, well, it's Sunday, so we're not really seeing, but we still have 89 million. So that would be for a second line out of Sacramento. Heading downtown. Sac State. There we go, that'd be a good run. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I love watching planes, and the noise doesn't bother me, so I was having fun watching them all go by. But especially when you get, it's mostly, 737s and smaller planes, but occasionally you get one of the big ones come in. Not as often as San Francisco gets the big 777s or 747s, but once in a while you get one and just like, holy cow, is that thing big? Yeah, I don't think the Capitol Park is the most populated area in downtown Sacramento. Sutter's Fort, that's a cool park. Alright, so we got 89 million, so yeah, we'll add a second line to Sacramento and a second line to Richmond. Yeah. And then we'll see if... Oh, Monday started. It starts on Sunday, so... Then we had... Okay, wow, Sunday really drops off. 51,000, while Saturday's 100,000, so yeah, Sunday is awful. Then 172,000 on Friday, 4.4 million. I'll be happy with 200,000 on weekdays and a 5 million in fares. I think that would be pretty darn sweet. Davis has a lot of territory we could still tap into. Dixon, we've covered all of Dixon. That's it. Vacaville, we've covered most of it. We could run. Could extend this one. Fairfield, we got a pretty good portion of it. So now a whole lot more we can get there. Vallejo, we can definitely add a second line to. So let's add the second line to Richmond first. Can't tell if we're overcrowding the... And then we might be able to... We'll have to see if we're leaving passengers on the track with the number of trains we have. We have 8 now. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we have 8 now. Alright, so Southern Loop. So we'll call this one Richmond North. And then that's, oh, no, we'll get them built, then we'll start playing around with pricing. Park at the north end of the runway, watch airplanes say, oh, very cool. Yeah, I could do that all day. Whenever a train passes, I have to stop and watch it. Just not when I'm driving, but when I'm walking, it's like I have to stop and watch it. Just how much power there is. Refund compensated. We'll have to figure out where that's happening. I wouldn't doubt if these guys are angry. Let me see real fast here if these guys are angry boys. Yes, they are. Again, I think because I think their satisfaction is based on crow flies, and because I'm looping back into the direction the trains come, I think they get angry on this. Pack people on the computer chain. I never went on the subway when it was that busy in Tokyo when I was there. I actually did just walked a lot. Because I went one day, because I was visiting my brother, but he was still working. So I was going from his apartment. His apartment at the time was near the Tokyo Dome, and so I walked from the Tokyo Dome to the Imperial Palace. Which is a pretty hefty walk. Alright, let's get this thing going again. Still not too bad. Compensations compared to fares, but we have to figure out where that's coming from. Alright, let's south, Richmond South. So we'll loop out. We'll viaduct across far enough to put the second train station in. It really is. Ah, very cool. Alright, so we'll go. So North Loop will hit San Pablo, Richmond, Triangle, Point Richmond. So boop, 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 boop. Get those 4 things, and the South Loop will hit there. There, and curl into Richmond. Okay. There. Cancel that. Let's go a little farther south. There we go, 1900. And then downtown Richmond. Oops. Escape. We'll have to change that one so it doesn't get mixed up with the train station. Actually, if I'm gonna go down there, yeah, I'm gonna undo that one. Go over here. There we go. 22,000. That's a good one. Alright, so boom, 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 boom. And then coming out, squeezing through there. Skipping all that. Boom. That. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, Bing saying, oh, thank you, Naswolf. Trying to kind of have it with the tram tracks. You don't have to care about the streets at all. But we'll try the that's a long name. All right, so there's our little loop there. No, there isn't. I wish there was. It is bright as heck. I had to turn down the brightness on my camera. Alright, there's a bunch of blobs. Track time. 92 million. Monday so far, 85,000. We got slowed down. Oops. Got some water. Alright, this one we have to kind of come around. And everything's still 45. And finally, can totally do that to create like that. I don't like that, sir, so we will do... Oh, you really want to... Trying to make it a little more curvy, but I guess that'll do. And then that's kind of an S turn. And there we go, that's that one. That's 10 million. There's no red spots. We didn't slow down anywhere. It's funny, you have to build 249 kilometer per hour track to get across rivers. Everything else is one water or road hit. Where's that? Where? Oh, there. There we go. Fixed. Gonna hop off, alright, do some groceries. Get some groceries, get some good food. How you doing, Super Cash? Welcome. Alright, so that's 10 million there. So assume another 10 million here or so. 20 million plus trains. Alright, here's where we gotta do some shenanigans. Swing out a little bit. Another piece here. Get things settled. Some viaduct. Get the viaduct started. Get across the track. Sometimes this really wants to bend it weirdly. There we go. That's more like I wanted it. Alright, so now we need to go there. There's a river. Viaduct. You don't have to actually cross it until then you do that. Get just far enough. Oops. That it doesn't complain, and then you can go back to tram track building. Otherwise it stretches out the viaduct. Just enjoying the stream? Awesome. Okay, let's see water. I didn't see that water. Alright, viaduct. Oop. No, it's only going through 38. Bit of a wiggle there. A lot of a wiggle. And there we are. There's our new... So 16 million is actually... Even with the viaduct, we only added 7 million to it. Not too shabby. Alright, so we'll get... just run 4. Build. Alright, so lines... new line. Richmond South. Boom. Color. Don't this purple. Go a little more rich purple than this one. And then stops. All right, so I'm avoiding any kind of junctions until that signaling and everything becomes part of the game. So I'd rather build new stations and create new totally separate lines than worry about issues with the lines breaking because of trains getting stuck. And Kaiser Permanente Richmond Medical Center. Got a lot of long names here. Now really what I need to do is, I might do it off stream, is make sure that I know, put a code for each city to start each thing, so when we're looking at destinations we know where people are trying to come from. Alright, and we will put 4 trams on here for now. We have a total running time of, so set interval, let's figure out time first. 40 miles per hour. We have a total 117, 120, divide by 4, 30 minutes. It's actually, no, not 30 minutes. 120 is 80 minutes, divided by 4 is 20 minutes. We'll do 18 as an interval. It's a pretty long track. Boop. And now by trains and by city tram for 34 million. Ooh, there's half our money right there. Boom. Alright, now boop. Richmond South. Boom, boom. Richmond South. Boom, boom. Richmond South. Boom, boom. Richmond South. Now we're cooking with gas. So this is Monday. It is early in the morning now. We did 145,000. That's part of Sunday. So Tuesday will be our first real test. But we made almost 5 million in ticket sales, 4.6 million in profit. We just killed that with 34 million in the So 100 people. It's starting. Rush hour starting to start. Davis. 123. Compensations not too bad so far. Compensations seems to be $100 per person. No matter what the reason. So I'm not quite sure what compensations are. Refused too high fare. Oh, waited too long. Wait too long, then they get the compensation. So even if they paid for a $2 tram ticket. Oh yeah, I did not set. Did I set price on Richmond South? No. Hey, you guys are paying some money. Alright, one more line in Sacramento, whatever we can afford. So we know we're gonna have to spend 34 million on trains, so that means we have 11 million we can spend on the track. I think if we just go to Sac State, because that's gonna be a nice chunk of people. So stations. So we need a second station here. I don't want to loop out of there. So probably no, we don't need 4 trains though. Two, 3. We'll do 3. So that'll be only 23 million. Hey Chris, welcome. Regular track? Potentially. I'll have to try them somewhere. Because right now yeah, in a lot of ways it would be. Because that way the people, well, especially if there's more than one, if it's connecting to more than one, like, train station. Because that way the people going one way can, don't have to circle all the way around. Like I said, since the fact that there's no signaling or I'm avoiding any connections. So I'm keeping everything straight lines and separate stations if I can't, you know, I'll add a separate only did 252 meters on that one. How long are the trains? Yeah, super short. I'm totally overbuilding my stations. Alright, but we need to build... So we want to get all these guys. We want to get the capital crowd. 2,000 there. Medical center crowd. Or the elementary school crowd. Try something here. If I do that, 1700. 1800 does crowd the other one. Do seem to get... Alright, let's do there. To here. And then library. Yeah, I'll probably take some time off stream renaming all the local stations, giving them a code to start so we know where the city they are in, and then not so many elementary schools and things. It's only 1400, I guess because it's weak over here. Alright, let's do... Oh yeah, I need another station here too. To have that... Yeah, and eventually that one can go into West Sac. Then we'll definitely extend the train to Roseville. And then we'll start a route south through the valley. I wonder where somewhere the trains that go to LA have to climb up through this valley. And there's one place where there's an actual train loop. The train has a loop under itself to climb to Hatchby Loop or whatever it's called. It doesn't show train tracks on this map, although sometimes you can see rights of way. So for example, can you see where the... No, I can't really see it there. You can see it here. The train right away. Alright, so we need another station here. Not too far away. Yeah, I made these stations before I kind of settled on 100 meters and 400 meters for the stations. Alright, now let's build the track. Right through the park. Still on 45. Alright, there we go. It's only 7 million, that's not bad. And then 150,000 for Tuesday. We dropping off? Because last week we peaked at, on Friday was 170,000. Tuesday 150,000. That's disappointing. Thought by now we'd be closing on 200,000. All right, new line, Sacramento South. Sacramento South. Actually, about the right color. Stops. Hey, A-Crane. Good morning. Boop. 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 Delete that. Boop. 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 Oh, there we go. California Attorney General's Law Library. And then we'll just do 3 trains, smaller ones. Trains. Buy a new train, city tram, 3 cars, 3 trains, 25 million. Boom. Sacramento South. Boom. Alright, we gotta, oh yeah, we gotta get the, so many travel times. 35 minutes divided by 3, so 10 minutes each. Boom. Alright. There we go. $15 million left out of the billion. But we should be... How much does trams cost? 8.5 each. So we can build 6 million in track and 1 by 1 tram. Mostly. The compensated, those are the ones for waited too long. So. Refused too high fare, refunded 1,500. Reached destination, 150,000 for Tuesday. So we haven't really increased our number. Are we increasing our revenue though? 3 million. No, something. Alright, so now we're out of money, we can't build anymore, so all we can do now is play with the prices. So so everyone's happy. Then they get to Davis. And a few of them are angry. A whole bunch of them are angry. And then they get off of Davis, and then everyone's kind of middling. A few really angry boys. It's 6 in the morning, so business is picking up. Everybody's average on this one. That leg. Where are you? Fairfield? Everybody's pretty average on that one. So all right, you. Boom, 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 you. Boom. You. All right, I want to pay attention to you. 192 passengers, good. Speed gets up to 184. We're set for 170. Everybody's really happy on that one, coming back. 168 passengers, 234. $280 in Vacaville, nice. 216. So do we need to add another 2 trains? I don't think I can afford 2 trains. 277, that's perfect. That means we didn't leave anybody on the platform and we nearly filled the train. 98 out of Davis. Or going to Davis or out of Davis? Dixon 170. 169. So in the middle of the day, 280 in Fairfield. So we left some people on the platform there. Vallejo 203. $138. 280. Going to Vallejo. Alright, there's our... Alright, so we're fairly full. Okay, is there any platforms that are like super over full? 1,200 in Richmond. Okay, so we are definitely feeding that. Unhappy. So we're definitely leaving some revenue on the table here in Richmond. And then in Vallejo, 700. Yeah, because in the middle of towns I can't pick up everywhere, so we definitely need more trains. 1,200 in Fairfield, yep. 400 in Vacaville, yeah, it's still bigger than, more than the train holds. Dixon is the only one that's like, nope, 5 people. And Davis, actually... No, noon seems to slow way down. Does seem to slow real down at lunchtime. So now it's picking up again. And then Sacramento... I should freeze... Oops. I should freeze time. 1,500. Let me freeze time here and let's get a true measure there. Hey CFT, good morning. So 1,600. $39. That's weird. 3. 135. 1,000. So we're definitely leaving revenue on the table. So our best bet would be to add a couple more trains to the 1,300. Yes. So how much are the sepias? 42 million. 14 million each. Alright, so when... No, I only need 2. 28 million. So when we get to... We also have to pay... When do we have to pay interest? Not for a while. Alright, let's go week by week. Alright, for our first week. From February 1st. Or actually I think it was like January 28th, something like that. But first week. 400,000 passengers, or 500,000 passengers, and 10 million in fares. 637,000, 17 million. 26 million and 872,000. 25 million and 938,000. And so far this week, 12 million in fares, 435,000. All right. Back to daily. Fire this up. Stonks! Hey, Sofarian. Alright, so now it's about optimizations. I think our fare structure for the main trains is about right. 1.3. We're compensating about 200,000. I'm not sure where that's coming from. Let me slow it down. See if we can see a refund. So that's waited too long. It's like the money. 25 or 3,000 there. Nice. $5,000. I haven't seen any refunds pop up. We're giving away 300,000, a little less than 10%. Which, anything less than 10% is usually kind of okay. Okay, no refunds there. Everyone's very neutral on that one. No refunds there. All right. Let's find out where the refunds are. So you can figure out why. New day. Seems everyone's pretty darn neutral here in oh, I got set. No, I already said it. $2. But that's making most of our money. So we look back a day. 3.8 million in fares. Out of 4.3 million. So only 500,000 made from local, and then we're paying most of that back in 171,000 though. So that's starting to get better. We just have to figure out where these compensations are coming from. Is it still It's still Dixon? Are you guys still being the pain in the butts? Alright, let's start running experiments with per kilometer. So 31 kilometers. So $2 to get half the way. 15. That's, yeah, it's 15. 15, that's only 7. So if we did let's zero that out. 50. So yesterday we made 62,000. Change this partially into the day, so we're not. Hasn't triggered any refunds. At least not this end. No, you guys are happy. You guys are not happy. Show all. There we go. Okay, we can resize. All right, cool. You look pretty neutral to me. Bad. Satisfaction minus 0.52. Local, regional, long distance. Reach. Packs per second. Well, what were I don't know if any station would be above 0 per second. Okay, you. Mediocre. Minus 248, 28. Alright, so we've experimented with 50 cents. Let's bump this up to 1 per kilometer. Well, it's middle of the night right now, so that's not gonna affect too much. But let's see if that... see our compensations, where is that coming from? As you get more and more stations, of course. Alright. Anybody in Sacramento causing problems? Reach destination, so you're not... So no one's actually leaving here? No, it's not really daytime yet. Alright, who's causing the refunds? I guess the easiest way to start here is instead of going to station. I was wondering why it's so hard. Okay, 2 there. That's not too bad. Richmond. Okay, Richmond north. Richmond south. Vacaville. Okay, Vacaville is causing some refunds. Vallejo. Thursday, March 4th. So why isn't... So compensations don't show up here, but refunds do. But I don't see anybody giving away that many refunds to account for 71,000 refunds. So Vacaville is the biggest with 4,000. Fused to high fare, refunded 32, refunded 2,002. Yeah, who's giving all the refunds? Alright, let's lower this just a little bit. See if that fixes most of the problems for Friday. Manage railways, yes. And the cool thing is you can do it on the map of the real world. So you could build your railroad anywhere you want. Kiev. I like how some is in Cyrillic and some is in Roman. Hey Atusid, welcome. Atusid. But yeah, it's like, it's a very ambitious game. It's one guy doing it. So I'm doing, like, I think a lot of people are doing their hometowns, so I'm one of them. Yeah, it's a really cool. Like I said, it's audaciously ambitious. It's like if he can pull off all the stuff he wants to do. Very early access. So there's a lot of. So there's no signaling on the track, so branch lines are a little bit problematic. They can get stuck. Not yet. Right now, building over mountains is actually the cheapest because there's no roads. What costs a lot of money is building overpasses on streets for the regular or rivers. It's $1 million each, and so if you plow through Central El Cerrito here, for example, with the regular ground track, you would. So it's 1.3 million for the actual track and 7 million for the overpasses. Yep. Yeah, going for the concept. So I think he wants to get that involved. He wants to get actual population data involved. Right now, the population is calculated based on road density. So we get a few anomalies, like parks with all their pathing on the map actually show as the most densely populated. Didn't see terrain on the road map. That's true. Well, you wouldn't want to have to deal with. I would say the only price would be the only thing. I would not want to have to deal with actual altitude changes, because the building is already kind of grindy enough. But yeah, this is a really cool concept. Yeah, mountaineers. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. It's like I wouldn't want to have to think about, you know, running over the mountains or building a tunnel or something. Just some kind of data that tells you, yes, it's going to cost a little bit more. Just to kind of balance out. Because right now my best strategy for the East Bay Railroad is to run just outside of the cities to avoid the roads. And then we'll tram track does not. The only place you have to bridge is over water. So like for example here I had to build a bridge. But you can ignore all the streets with trams. And that seems about right because trams are easier to build, but they don't make a lot of money, so. Alright, on Thursday we got 181,000. There we go. That's what we're talking about. And then the Vacaville line. There we go. 115, it made, so $1 per kilometer. Compensations were through the roof. So we're paying 10% on compensations right now. No, more than 10%. So compensations are based on waited too long. I can't figure out where that... Now did I... Come here. Speed 40. Get a slight little bug where it doesn't let... I right click and it doesn't let go of the map when I lift it up. Yeah, I gotta figure out where these compensations are coming from. 'Cause they are killing me right now. They're killing me, Smalls. Too long. Waited too long. So I wish... Speed overlay. So we shouldn't be having problems with our speed of the main line. So I don't know if it's, let me put another train on the main line. That would shorten the time between stops a little bit. Because we can afford it. So, lines, capital corridor. So let's, so if I have 9 trains... ...2 hours, 120 minutes, 13, I think we can go to 12, because that would be 10, and we have 9 trains. And let's buy another train, so Sepia. One train, 14 million. And capital corridor. Alright. That should increase our revenue by 12%. And also pick up some of the passengers that get getting left on the platforms right now during rush hours. Left behind. Hey, Admiral. Yeah, it's all planning rail networks. And so the deep dive comes from setting the right fare price for the speed of the trains and distances, feeding your main lines with, local trams. So it's a neat little puzzle right now, even though it's pretty simplistic. So I'm making somebody wait. Lines overlay. Lane track. So I'm compensating people for waiting too long. And I don't know where that is. And I don't quite know what it means. I could probably go to the forum and look that up. But I don't want to. It's 1 in the morning. Oops. $501 refunds. Holy cow, 42,000. Uh, 33, 38, 42, 30, 20, 26, 11, 6,000, 24,000. 58,000. Compensations do seem to have dried up. I wonder if it's because they can't get on a train. If they go from the tram stop to the main station and a train comes and you can only let 5 people on and there's 7 people waiting. So that's why it's not going up during non-rush hours. But during rush hour, So I bet on the weekend it's pretty low. Compensations. What was our Thursday total revenue? 4.5 million, but 3 million in profit. 300,000. That was the last day we spent money. No, we spent money today. 14 on the train. But that should help revenue. So now it's all about, we've spent our initial $1 billion to build this line. So now it's all about finding the little bit of money we make, finding the most efficient way of getting more revenue. It's going to be putting main trains on the main line and shortening the time, because we do have passengers waiting on some of the platforms, and we need to get them to their destinations. So really, every time I get 14 million, we're going to drop it on a new train. So more than make up for the running costs. Yeah, compensations have still... And then, like I said, vac bills, revenues. Compared to everybody else, 159,000. Fairfield West is equivalent. Alright, so let's take a step towards... Let's change everybody to mile per kilometer, or dollar per kilometer. And see what kind of panic we induce. But that should begin our trams contributing more to the revenue. Man, in reality, $1 per kilometer for local transit would be pretty pricey. Alright, went up a little bit. Yeah, exactly. Well, our light rail tickets are $2.50, but you can go as long as you want to. But my work is 3 miles. From the station, it's about 4 miles. So yeah, that's about $1 a kilometer for me going to work. Yes, you can do decimals. So my main line is doing, oops, $1.20 per kilometer. Nope, compensations are popping back up again. So yeah, it's rush hour. Thousand people waiting. So that's gotta be it. That's gotta be the compensation, is we're just not getting them on the train. So we're too successful. 2,400 people waiting to get on trains. Yes, we're buying trains whenever we can. Fare is 5 million. Okay, wow. But look at those compensations and refunds going through the roof. So it's more than 10% on refund / compensation. So killing our profit margin. But I don't know if we're killing our gross profit though, or net profit. Because we made 4.5 million in profit. I think that's one of our best days. Because we've spent 14 million on a train, so take away the 14 million there. And we did pretty good. Now, like I said, the weekends now, compensation for the end of Friday, but the weekends should not have much compensation. Yeah, exactly. I'm going to try that argument on the bus next time we take the bus or light rail. It's like, these prices are too high, I refuse to pay. Take me anyway. I think these just don't get on the train at all. The potential customers that just don't get on. So at least they don't use a slot on the train. Now, do we have any 100, 114? Pretty good number, 2,500. Holy cow. So every train leaving Sacramento should be full. $81. All right. Well, let's examine this. Or are they trying to get to, or do we need more trams to get them home? That may be what's going on. Is they're getting here, but they can't get home. No, fortunately, we can analyze that. Show all. Destination. Or show destinations. Group of destination. So Howe Park 365, El Rancho School. So these guys are wanting to get to account. Mustard Seed School 600. So we're making them wait. So we need more trams. So that's how we're gonna get rid of the compensations. Refunds alone are not, maybe not too bad. Library 39. Yeah, we are just leaving tons of people who want to go home and can't go home. Yeah, see, all the people going the other way are happy. All the people Alright, then pause it again. So look at Mustard Seed School. 1 hour 30 minutes total fare time. So because they can't catch the next tram out, they are very, very angry. So boop, you get full, drop them all off. Alright, so we're going to slow down so we can watch this guy. So he is full, coming back. And now he drops off 260, picks up 260. But these people are all very, very angry. Alright, so where did they come from? All the way down south, so 2 hours 5 minutes, 2 hours 30 minutes, 4 hours 48 minutes. Yeah, and these are the people who are angry. Alright, so how much is a 8 million for a tram? Now how big are these trams? I think these are full-size trams. Uh, 260. $500,000. Oof, it's a brutal day. Using the Boeing trams. Because we're compensating for all the people stuck from Friday. Alright, so let's add a tram to the northern route. Okay, those are all 260s, so we'll keep them consistent. 10 million, 1 unit. Purchase for... boop. Sacramento North line. Boop. Alright, now line Sacramento North. We have now 5 trains. Where do I see the number of trains? It's 3, 4, 5. I know it's 5, but where do I see 2, 3, 4? I can count them there, but counting state stops. So 5 trains, an hour and a half, or an hour, 12 minutes, we'll do 11. Okay, so that should help that line. Okay, it's finally cleared up. So compensations for Sunday, Saturday night, Friday. Yeah, because that's Friday evenings. I wish I could change what the... So here's my recommendation too. If you start a new save, is start your save at midnight. Because it takes local time when you started and kind of adjust it to there. Because my days start at 1600, which is when I started this save. I well, actually started about 1700, but I might move it. And this is my... And then the clock is for what time is rush hours based on my clock applied to the map wherever it is. So it's really weird. It's relativity. Alright, so compensations have kind of dried up. We've paid 1.1 million in refunds, compensations. So refunds is something I can fix. So who on Friday was giving refunds? Thursday, Friday? Fairfield, Richmond, a whole bunch on Richmond. And Vacaville, woof. Now our fares have gotten nice. Making much more money on fares everywhere. But are we making people too angry to compensate? I mean, it's 10%. The local fairs are actually taking care of the refunds. So I think overall we're actually coming out ahead in refunds. If we can just kill off the compensations, I think we'd be okay. Yeah, weekend no compensations, so it's overcrowded stations that lead to the compensations. How many passengers did we do Friday? 200,000. So we're hitting that number, so really it's now about, or didn't reach their destination, 15,000. Made for Boston. Alright, so we'll have to see what the next week brings. So, do we have a week? 26 million... 24 million. So we've already beaten fares Refunds, compensations, 3 million. 23 million total. Might have been better off doing viaduct all the way from there, because that was 4 million there, 5 million. Yeah, forget how much the viaduct was, but yeah, with all those highways, because you can actually build a viaduct across a road cheaper than you can. So you could sit there and build tiny viaducts over each, and they'd cost about $250,000 each. But it slows down your track to 249, and they'd just be way too fiddly. Alright, back to the day. Yeah, now that we're on the weekend and all the stations have emptied out, compensation's way down. We're making pretty good money in fares now. Because even for Saturday, looks like we're making probably over $1 million in just local fares now. Yeah, about $1 million in local fares. So now it's a pretty significant part of our. Just have to solve compensations, and that's pretty much just adding trams, which with the new, well, see, they've already paid most of the money, so we're not going to make so much more money as just eliminate the compensations with more trams. So now I could kind of see the benefit of doing the scheduling and parking in depots overnight. Only $4 million. And then I'm sure Richmond is having the same problem with the backup when that was happening. Ends of lines if possible. Okay, good to know. Which helps because of the way I'm doing my lines. They do have ends of lines. All right, just for example, since I'm waiting here. Let's see, when was that? Tricks. There we go. Oh man. I don't want to have to type in that whole thing. I definitely would prefer to leave the text and let me delete it and add some information. Because right now it'd be... That's really about all I'd be willing to... and then Dix Valley Glen... KBU in the red line. Oh man. Oops. Yeah, this definitely an off-stream chore, but I can shorten everything too. Linford. Start with the letter C. Oh, very cool. Caneo. You're infamous, so you get to keep your whole name. That Dixon is just the main station. Alright, so now when I look at... you know, destinations. You can tell exactly where everybody's going. So every time we make 10 million, we're adding a... And then there's financing. Just where? Oh, there we go. Loans. Loan number one, $1 billion at 5% APR in 5 years. So we got to pay that every... So on the 28th of March, we have to pay 18 million. Or March 29th. January. Oh, we've made 1 out of 60. Next on March 29th. Paid interest 4 million. Pay early 1 point. Cabo, Cadigan, Codman. Loan 2, new million amount, 100 million. APR 27%. So we probably really don't want to do that unless we're really, really desperate. Take out $1 billion. Monthly payment 96 million. 12 months interest 152 million. So yeah, we'll make it the old-fashioned way. APR not approved. 10 million. Wow. 27 annual. Yeah, we'll pay off the loan the old-fashioned way. We'll earn it. Ashmont, Braintree, and Alewife. Yeah, I have a lot of fun in Boston when I go there for PAX East. PAX East there, they scheduled it for June, early June, just in case they could pull it off. But they're totally willing to cancel it if it's not appropriate to do so at that time, which it looks like with the slowness of the vaccines coming out, probably not this year. Probably not this year. Yeah, that's an unfortunate thing. Well, hopefully some new factories start ramping up production, and then there are like some new vaccines coming online. So hopefully all of a sudden explodes and there's vaccines everywhere. But right now, with who can make them and who can produce them, yeah, it's pretty ugly. I just hope the people who are most vulnerable can get them. Yeah, but Boston's a lot of fun. No, I haven't. I didn't go on any of the trains. Because one thing PAX does that's really cool is they have their own shuttle buses running between the hotels. Most of the main hotels and the convention center, and if your hotel doesn't have a stop, you can just walk over 3 or 4 blocks to another hotel that does have a stop. It's a gym. Hey Finnan, welcome. Alright, so we made 4 million on a Saturday. Well, part of it's on a Friday. We paying 40% penalty on the. So Sunday should only be refunds, not compensations, because we're not going to overcrowd our stations. So we're now in the waiting game of buy another tram, buy another tram. Because our compensations are coming out of our trams not being able to deliver the people to their houses. It took them 40 years to replace current stock. So from 1980, yeah, 80s transit trains were pretty dire. One thing cool in San Francisco is along the Embarcadero, and so it's a loop. I think it goes all the way to here. But there's a loop of tram tracks that go along the street and then go down Market. And they're all restored trolley cars from all over the country, or all over the world actually. So you got these really cool you know, old trolleys that you can ride. Pink areas are, I think those are malls. I think that's commercial. It's like usually retail. I'm not sure what the purple library, public buildings. Yeah, purple public buildings. I'm not sure blue. Convention center is somewhere around here. Yeah, I think around these blocks. Oops, sun's coming in, making it even brighter. And let me turn the camera down a little bit here. Between the brightness of the game, yeah, I think those are shopping districts. Because I know there's a mall in Fairfield. Yeah, that's the big indoor shopping mall in Fairfield. Library, Andrews Park. I grew up in Vacaville, and we visited Fairfield enough times. I was born in Fairfield. I didn't see there's a hospital somewhere around here, but it's not the one. Not the one I was born in. I grew up in Vacaville, now live in Sacramento. Yeah, see very few refunds. Vacaville now is, when I was growing up there, is fairly small. I think like 15,000. Now it's like 110,000. In fact, when I was there, it was only none of this. This is all new. And this was all new. It's mostly just up here, a little bit on this side, and a little bit over here. There's the Little League Park where I played. And there's the swimming pool. Took swimming lessons. Like 10k entire municipality. Yeah, Dixon's a little smaller. I forget what the sign says. I think it's 30,000 now. Davis is about 60,000, of which a large part of it is the UC Davis, University of California, Davis. So very much a college town. Sacramento is... metropolitan area is 1.4 million. The city itself, which is kind of goes north to south in this area, is 400,000. Then most of it is unincorporated county, so not actual cities. There's a city of Citrus Heights, city of Elk Grove. Actually, Sacramento does come a long way down this way. And then city of Folsom. And then Galt. Isleton. Huge difference between them, yeah. Yeah, it's amazing what just a few tens of thousands can... if you want small towns, then you're the Northern Valley. All these towns are legit small. Chico, Yuba City is about 30,000. So it's Yuba City on one side of the river, Marysville on the other. It's probably about 50,000 between all the cities. Oh, where's Chico? Chico is a college town up north, known as the party capital of it's like the school voted like there's Chico, voted like the party capital of colleges around across the entire country. I've only like driven or been driven through it long time ago when I was a kid. Probably going up camping somewhere. Grandfather and I used to go camping up in the mountains quite a bit. 8 million. Yeah, see, Sunday is perfectly reasonable. Very few refunds. We need a fast speed. I mean, when I may have to do that too. Let it run off stream. Kernel failure. He had to let it run 72 hours straight to get enough money to do some of his builds. He was a little more ambitious though. He was trying to get from Mexico City. He just completed his series on it. So he got from Mexico City to San Diego. So compared to my little line, yeah, that's big. You're right, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, see, there are people who commute from here, who drive from here to San Francisco. That is about 120 miles, which is 200 kilometers. And they drive that every day. In traffic. So it's not just 200 kilometers in just driving, it's like the last third of it in heavy traffic. Yeah, 120 miles. Well, if we could do 60 miles per hour, it'd be 2 hours. If you could do, yeah, if you could do full speed, it'd be 2 hours. But yeah, that's not unusual. That's, yeah, Stockton, Tracy, even Modesto, they are bedroom communities for the Bay Area. Because a house, just a plain old house in San Jose is about $1 million. You could buy them for $400,000 over here. 4 hours from you. Like your 20-minute walk commute, yeah. Yeah, I to try to keep in shape, I was walking to work, and that was 4 miles, so that was about an hour walk each way. That, it's like my stomach, my belly notices that I'm not walking as much anymore. I gotta find a new form of like forced exercise. Alright, we got 10 million. Alright, it's still Sunday though. Oh, this on Monday. Alright, so now it's starting to get busy. So here come the compensations. I've already made 5 million fares. And part of this Monday is from Sunday. $45 minutes. That's not too bad. I have a pretty good power walk once I get going. So we have enough for another tram. Alright, so where are you all going? Still mostly north, which makes sense. Yeah, occasionally just map gets stuck on the mouse. So we can hold 1,800 passengers, 600. Yeah, so it's already getting bad. It looks like it's still mostly going north. Alright, so one more tram on that one. Refunds are pretty reasonable so far. Now let's take a look at the other end. So if Sacramento has 700 at the moment, Richmond has 1600. Okay, no, Richmond gets it first. All right, which station? St. Paul's School and Rumrill. Yeah, okay, so this line, Kaiser, yeah, they all want to go this way. All right, so this line gets it first. Kind of regretting doing the smaller trains. So you guys hold 215. Yeah. Want to keep it consistent. So trains. City tram. 215. 8 million. $12 million. Running cost per kilometer per. So just for running costs, we have to charge at least 5 cents per kilometer. All right, we can buy one. Richmond South. And now we gotta jiggle the line. So now we're 2, 3, 4, 5. Will you guys 5 trains for an hour, 20, 80 minutes. Divided by 5 is 16. So we'll drop it down to 15 to be safe, that we don't extend the last one beyond all the others. All right. Not super fast speed, and we just have to let this one get away from that one. There we go. Fare's 7 million though. So we're making more money than we were before. By quite a long shot. But right now we're in the phase of tram every 2 or 3 days. Fairfield so far is okay. Vallejo is okay. Yeah, it's Sacramento and Richmond, 1100. How bad is Sacramento? No, it's actually not too bad. And compensation so far below refunds. So I think we have made a difference with just those 2 trams. Alright, since we're kind of waiting here, let's... Okay, this one should have spaced out by now. No, they're still kind of working their way in. That'll make all these people angry. They have to wait. Nope, I saw a refund. Accounting 1800 refund. But again, the too high fare may be from this train. I don't think my spacing. I think this one's too close. Yep. That one going there. Yeah, I think this is the last one he has to wait. Alright, so now they should be 15 minutes apart. Alright, so that's good. Yeah, compensation so far below refunds, and less than 10% of fares. 7 million fares. Alright, so we might be at a tram every 2 days. See you on Friday. Alright, let's do the name stuff. Mace Ranch. Dave Mace Ranch. Yeah, that's so I have some. I'll have some suggestions for the dev. Dave musical theater. Davis musical theater. And we'll name this for what it actually is. Oops. Just Davis, UC Davis. Figgy Park. Hey, that can't get rid of that name. Alright, so 2 cities are down. Oh, info, that's that one. That's how no, that's how tracks. I was gonna say, how do I get rid of those little gray dots? Alright, let's do these. Zach Actually, we call it Sac States. I could do Sac or CSU Sacramento. Let's do it proper. Sac, Bertha Park. Boop. And then what we'll do is, for the schools, we'll just leave the name, so Sutter. Sac, Department of Alcohol and Drug Programs Resource Center Library. State Capitol. Capitol. Sac mustard seed. Sac Redwood Park. Yeah, that's actually, well, that's all of Monday. Tuesday, it's not too bad. So we made $7.5 million in profit. So that's, so this is at the point where we could probably add a line every 2 weeks, the actual train line every 2 to 3 weeks. So if we go to Berkeley, then Oakland, and San Leandro, Hayward, Fremont, then probably a longer run to Milpitas, and then by the time we're down here we should be making good bucks and then be able to afford to actually cut into the city. Snowboy. So I think through the end of March we'll fix this up, and then we'll see if how much money we're making per week there. Alright, I need to use the restroom, so we'll leave this running and I'll be right back. The sun went away, so let me first brighten this up. Whee! So be a little stretch break. Not too much is going on. Got some good still artist music in the background. So everybody chill, stretch yourselves, and I'll be right back. Boop and the boop. Alright, I'm back. Thank you guys. Thank you. Alright, how we did? We did 5 million in profit on Tuesday. And now on Wednesday we have done a little over about 2 million. Compensations have gone way down, so we can stop buying trams for the moment. We'll have to see. Friday was like a really bad day for compensations. Thank you. We will probably buy another train for the main line. I think that would be the biggest boost to our revenue right now, because we've stopped the bleeding on compensations. So refunds and compensations are about 5% overall. Mines Landing, Napa. Go to the wine country. Santa Rosa, Petaluma. Nike missile site. In elementary school, we did a camp somewhere over here. I think it was... wasn't there. Somewhere between here and there. But a beach camp. That's pretty fun. And one time we walked all the way from wherever we were, visited the Nike missile site, and then walked out onto the Golden Gate Bridge. And then shipping and receiving. Always wanted to go there. $900. Yeah, they're backed up, but they're not asking for compensation. Wonder if it's only if it goes over its limit for how many it can hold. Alright, let's continue with our naming convention stuff. So we got Sacramento, Davis, and Dixon. No, Vacaville. Call Andrews Park. Andrews Park. I think that's community center. Mac Cooper. Size of the trains a little bit. Yes, you do. Depends on the model of train. You can add more or less cars. Welcome back. Is that tunnel? Yes, you can do tunnels. I was going to check something with that. Pheasant Country Park. Because I was thinking it might be viable to do tunnels in big cities. Pheasant. Is that what it was? Good enough. Yeah. Key Park. Alright, so now, yeah, so that whole purpose is that when I go and look at group by destination or group by origin, I can tell immediately where they're from. They don't slow down as long as the as long as the whatchamacallits makes no difference to the speed. Yeah, speed rating's 45, but I have it set for 40 to make sure that Vacaville might be different. Usually have all the speed sets of 40. Maybe I'll speed this up. Yeah, but whatever you have your speed set to, that's pretty much what they drive at. That might have been messing with Vacaville, and I wish it would call up the information that you typed in. So right now it's 59. Yeah, I had it down to 30. Interval. How many trains do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 times 8, 48. So now they should be going, yeah, 40. Everyone's happy too. At least for now. It's because they haven't had to pay money until they get dropped off. Oh, they pay... They're unhappy because they are going all the way around here to get from here to there. So that's why they're not happy. Because I have a strong feeling that as the crows fly, distances are a big factor in how long people think that should take to get them to get there. 15 million, alright. Let's put another train on the main line. So Wednesday was 5 million profit. Tuesday was 5 million in profit. Monday was 7 million in profit. Let's see what Thursday brings. Main source of IRL complaints in your area. Alright, so we go to the main line. Let's preset the distances now. So now we have 9. Now we'll have 10 trains. 5, 6, 7, 8. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Have 10 trains over 2 hours. No, we'll do 150. Keep it conservative. 10 trains over 110 minutes. $11. So let's go ahead and reset the interval to 11 first. And we'll have the train. New train, Sepia. Sepia can't change. Yeah, Sepia can't change. And then take the bus, yeah. 14 million purchase and boop. Catholic order. Alright, this will probably cause some issues as the trains try to rejiggle their spacing. Actually, I should probably keep it. Probably keep it on this speed until they all settle in, otherwise things are going to get screwy. Because they're trying to get closer together, so the really only way they can do that is, unfortunately they can't speed up to, or can they? I don't know. I don't think they will speed up to do it. The one in back has to push the one back to wait a little bit longer. It has to work its way through the whole system. But still compensations are pretty low. So let's continue our naming. Exciting naming Fair Spyglass. Jones. I don't know what the mechanic. It seems to have been from people getting stuck at a station and not being able to get on the next train, so they're waiting too long because it's tied to this waited too long. So we were really getting hammered in compensations, and there was like 2,000 people waiting here. So I added more trams to, and they were waiting to get into the city, not take the train. So I added a couple of trams to the line, and compensation went down. So it's getting them out of these stations into their towns. That seems to be the issue. Because I really only had to add one train on this track and one train down in Richmond on the southern line, and all of a sudden that, because we were paying like 20% of our revenue in refunds and compensations. Hey Coffee, how you doing? Welcome. Refunds you can drill down into. The bigger the network, the more complicated it gets. But yeah, you can. We were able to drill down a couple there, and really, what the conclusion was that using a base ticket price penalizes the short routes too much, and so they get angry even though the longer route people are happy. So I can't really see a use case for base ticket price. At the moment. Happens real life, yeah, exactly. You know, you put a flat price on something, because our transit system is flat price. What's interesting is if you buy a paper bus pass or get on the bus, there's no transfer. So you pay $250, get on the bus, you get off the bus, you're done. However, if you have a phone and you buy a phone ticket for $250, you get to ride anywhere you want, anywhere in the transit system for an hour and a half. If you buy a ticket on the light rail, you can only ride the light rail $250 for 2 hours. Yeah, BART in the Bay Area is distance based. I just saw a refund. All right, let me go ahead and speed it up and see if see if it causes any problems. Anybody? If you see two trains jammed together, following each other, then let me know. I think as long as they're kind of spread out already, I think going fast speed will work. Where were we? We did. No, we're in the middle of renaming Fairfield. Ooh, that's a good name. Oop, I'm gonna get into that. Subit. Subit. Probably should do all capitals for the code. Now that I think about it. Oops. Hit end instead of delete. So we'll do that as we do that moving forward. And as we get more and more station or cities, it'll be like, okay, now I know why airport 3-letter codes are so weird. What was that again? Rose Garden? No, if it wasn't, it is now. I like that name. Stolen by those horrible Americans, yeah. At least if I go back into the other ones, now that I've typed them, Laurel Creek. Laurel Creek. LaRule. Nothing like the... Yeah, exactly. Dunnell Nature Park and Education Center. Dunnell Park. Yeah, see now when I go in, it's just AI. I have to type the whole dang thing. AI, spyglass. Tron the subway is bus is nature of on so 240. To reduce 2-hour transfer. Oh, very cool. Yeah, I like the what I really liked about Boston was the buses from the airport. Just very simple. It's like this bus takes you to a stop in this neighborhood, this bus takes you to a stop in that neighborhood, and then from there you can, so for $7.50, no, it's like, it was only like $3.50 this is the last time, but before it was $7.50, get from the airport to Back Bay, compared to a cab ride or an Uber. Double the prices. If it's a main line, it's the city name as the station. Although it's at some point I'm gonna have more than one main line. Turn bus to the origin. Oh, very cool. Yeah, there's a lot of really good transit systems, but yeah, I really love the I forget what it's called, but the buses from the airport that were just specifically, let's drop you in this neighborhood, and then there's one that went out to Farmingham, and so there's only like 7 different destinations, but it's like they're just airport to there, nothing in between, just bam bam, get you into the neighborhood. Even if you didn't use transit, it's like get you in the neighborhood and your family can pick you up from there instead of driving all the way into town to the airport. Right, all you want. Very good. Golden West. Golden West. Scandia. Suisun City, which is a city in its own right, but you get to be named that. Yeah. Suisun City. Mass. Express buses, yes. On the Silver Line from, yeah. But yeah, just that was such a job with 2 P's. I loved it. Because it's just so handy. Alright, those are all done. And now when I look at the lists, it'll be much... Alright, you guys all good? Nobody crowding each other? Good. Thursday, revenue 6 a.m. see if this makes a big difference in the income. So we got the 5 million, 5.8 million there, 5.8 million, 7.8 million there. Not sure what happened on Monday because Monday has part of Sunday's crowd, which is really light. During where the put stations, you want to use the population overlay, and you want to capture as much purple as possible. And then you see how wide the catchment area is as you build. So you can see. And then I've been building the max 400 meters, no particular reason. The trains don't stretch nearly that long. And it tells you how many people left 1500. They're in the right hand corner of the little box there. And I've been doing trams at 100 meters and big train stations at 400 meters. But I don't think there's any reason to go that big on either one of them. Cordelia Junction. Hey Geo, good evening. Okay, my experiment that I was telling you about didn't quite work. What I discovered was basically the base ticket price. What it was doing was, this was the shortest route, and even though when I sped up this route compared to the other ones, the people weren't happy because the base ticket price had the end effect of raising the average price per kilometer more than I could compensate by speeding up the train. So I dropped the base ticket price. But we're making pretty good money. Looks like we're on pace to be able to do a train or tram every 2 to 3 days, and then perhaps an extension to the line every 2 to 3 weeks. So I'm going to start a new main line attached, so a new station here, and then that's going to run down just outside the city limits on the edge of the hills here to avoid the roads. And then we'll branch tram works into the cities to get the people. And then work our way to San Jose. By the time we get to San Jose, we should be making really, really good money. And by the time I get back up to San Francisco, I probably will be making money faster than I can spend it. Well, that's the hope. Oh yeah, experiment time. So is a subway in a high density area better than trying to build track? So we will build a piece of track, or put it down. Track. So regular ground track going from this street. Oops, I gotta do it right. I accidentally ran it parallel to that. You stop that. Oh, just too long. Too long? Oh, not station. Oops. Just track. So that street to that street is 15 million, 14 overpasses, and a tunnel is 13 million. So it's a wash. Yes, you can. We figured that out. So the real BART, I think, goes under this stretch of land. Gerla, 34 months. Holy cow. Bang, bang. Tunnel is faster. It is the full 350. Viaducting. Yeah. Bang, bang, Gerla. Thank you so much. Yeah, higher top speed on the tunnel. Viaducts are 249. Tunnels are 350, just like the regular track. So tunnel across the bay is, whoops, click into the game first. So the other one is 1366. But yeah, really the one escape, Control Z. So these were a wash. So subways are actually viable. No, 300 tunnels are 300. Okay, so they are different. So, but subways are definitely viable in high density areas. Did I spend some money? Accidentally? No, I don't think so. I had like 5 million. Okay, the new train yesterday. Okay, yeah. I mean, didn't actually pay for track. We just deleted. But how you doing, Gerla? Welcome. And our compensation and refunds are super reasonable. So Thursday we made 5.9 million. So just a little bit more than Wednesday. Yeah, refunds and compensations of just 500,000. 300, about 5%, 6%. So I'm happy with that. And since we're kind of on a waiting, I've been renaming the station, local stations, so that I can tell where the people are coming from when I see the reports. 3-letter codes start each Val Silver Oak Park. Unfortunately, it does not keep any of the automatic information. Because my suggestion would be when you uncheck this, it keeps that name so you can either just, and I'll highlight it so you can just delete it, or if you want to just add some code to it, you can. What's that? It's actually Vallejo. It's actually Six Flags. No, something what was it? Something Discovery? Wild Discovery? So I think I'm going to get involved in adding, making some suggestions. Phoenix Point game, long campaign. Hey, congratulations. Can you link two bridges to Alcatraz Island? You totally could. Wild Discovery. I don't think that's right. It's close enough. Discover. It's park. Theme park. Val Northgate. Val St. Catherine. Val Grant Park or Mahoney Park. Val Lincoln. Val Terrace Park. Yeah, just a little quality of life improvement there. I'm sure that's already been suggested, so I'll go look through the suggestions threads and see what the other people say and see if I agree and if I have anything to add. Alright, finally Richmond. Alcatraz interchange. There's Alcatraz. Hey, it actually has people on it. Actually, something really cool is that I did camera for a remote shoot of one of our local TV shows on our station that interviewed a lady who grew up on Alcatraz Island, because over on this end of the island was some actual family housing for the guards, and she grew up as a little girl there, and then every day they'd have a boat that took her to school somewhere over here. So we did an interview with her and went toured the island. So that was really cool. Okay, so Thursday we made, oh yeah, we knew that. Friday. Underpass to New Zealand, yeah, a few trillion. Where's New Zealand? Is it on this side? There it is, this side. So we could do New Zealand. Probably not a lot of revenue to be had in New Zealand. Another Richmond. Nelson. Wellington. And then Auckland. That's the thing, when I have money to burn, I can make the I have a friend that used to live in Launceston and Hobart. Tasmania rail system. Yeah, but if you reach the point where you have money to burn, then just island hop with tunnels. Miami to Havana, there we go. Where's Bermuda? It's missing, oh my god. Who stole Bermuda? Animal, where are you? Did you take Bermuda? Occasionally there's a cutout where the elevation information just is gone, but it's hard to tell in Florida. I know I've seen quite a few pictures of people playing in New York City. Zoom out. Said you know Bermuda? Yeah, exactly. Alright, so let me look at lines. So did this help our accounting much? So Friday so far 3 million. So we added one train on Wednesdays with 3.8 million, or almost 3.9. 3.8. It didn't really change much. Didn't really change that much. So I think now the money is in getting these people out of the overcrowded cities on back home. Not for 2D game. Yeah, it does. But then you consider it's like, you know, entire world map of data. Yeah, so I think I'll continue the tram expansions on impacted cities, because we're getting $1 per kilometer with trams, and we're only getting 1.2 per kilometer for the big train. Just the big train takes people so many kilometers that it's paying off. Alright, let me rename Richmond. I like the fact that it's a post office. Bayside Park. You don't get to be a city anymore. You're now part of Richmond. Montalvan Manor. posh. It's like every station was named after a school. Alright, now the South Loop. Sure, why not? I like that. Rumrill Sports Park. Sounds like a destination you would take a train to go to. Online single player, right? St. Paul's. Dahlia. Booker Park. Marina Park. Hills. Alright, so now when I look at destination information, it should actually make some sense. So go there, click on Richmond, group, show all. And it does have a little grabby thing down there to extend. So everybody, everybody who wants to go. So train just arrived, so everybody who wants to go back home. And then when the tram arrives, it's everybody who wants to go everywhere else. But most of the people want to go home. So we are letting them down, 1400. Alright, so it's about time for another tram on this line. So let me first set the new timing. So if we have 4 on there now. Yeah, I don't know where the information is of how many trains are on the line. Because even here it's split up. Lines, okay, okay, we can do it like this. And get it, but we still have to count. Oh, there we go. 10 matches. So we can find out this way, but the line should just say 12 stops, 5 trains, or whatever. Is that one more piece of information? Because I need to know the number of trains to be able to divide the running time by number of trains to get a split. So 75 minutes, then by 5 trains, that is 15. Yeah, so we gotta set this down to 15 now. And then we buy a new train. Two 260s, 215s. Two 15s. Hey Arrow, how you doing? Code of line. Hey Mac and Cheese, welcome. How you doing? Welcome. Good seeing you. Yeah, that's what I was doing. Or clone? You mean clone? Yeah, that's the code of the line. Doing really good. Hello, name of line. No, but that doesn't tell me how many trains. Well, actually, it would add. So I did a new line. Trains. Yeah, it doesn't help. That doesn't help. Yes, I've seen the Dice and Spheres program. I bought it, but I haven't played it yet. Yeah, it still doesn't tell me how many trains are on the line. The only way to get the number of trains is by picking this. And then it says 5 matches. So I don't even have to count the trains. I can see. So we have 10 trains on the capital corridor, 5 there. Now I pick one, I can see how big they are. $39 meters, okay. So for now, that's all. I'll have to find out how many trains there are. Just one extra step. At least I don't have to sit there and count or try to count them as they're moving. Whee! No. 173, so you aren't too bad right now. Refunds compensation, did Fridays seem to be pretty bad on those. 6 million profit though. Saturday is already, yeah, compensations went. They're so good the rest of the week. And then the end of the week, going way up. Is it because people want to go back home? Beginning of the week, do they head one way, and at the end of the week, they head the other way? Yeah, but Dyson Sphere looks really good. I'll have to give that one a try too. There's too many good games. Get obsessed with them all. I've been loving it. Good. Perp. You playing right now? Hey, Avidus. So yeah, we've been so our line is a month and a half old. So all lifetime we have made 147 million in fares. So in a month and a half, so we're making 100 million a month. And that's counting the slow early part of it. Spent 600 million in trains. That's interesting. So more in trains than in track. Although we did try to be pretty careful with, you know, laying track so we didn't have to, wasn't too expensive. Lost. I think that happens when you delete a train. Did I have to delete it? Oh yeah, I had to delete a train because it was on the wrong track. It kept, every time I bought a train, it would automatically put it on a line instead of letting me pick. So I had to restart the game. And we've refunded 154,000 people. And we've had 5.2 million people start a trip. But only 5.216 fewer people have reached their destination. So that must be everybody that's on the trains right now. It's the difference between those two. Boarding trains because they transfer start a trip, then they transfer, so that counts as 2 boardings. But I would think there'd be more than that, because usually people have to transfer twice to get to where they're going. No, a lot of the local trips kind of cancel that out. If they just go between 2 tram stops. And we've given away 11 million in refunds. So we're less than 10%, so that's not too bad. $6 million in running costs. So we could cut that back by running schedules. Quarterly, quarter 1, same thing. Month. February made 78 million, and so far we've made 66 million half a month. So we're on the pace more for like 130 million a month. So that's enough to build a segment of line per month. Depending on how cheap I can try to make it going through here. Lots of good tips, you know, it's like explains how to do things, so you don't have to remember all the time. Golf course. Monsanto. Mothball Fleet used to be there with all the old, no, I think it's still, some are still there, old warships and like Liberty ships from World War II. Yep, Sunday everything's pretty casual, just a few refunds. I think I'll keep adding trams to impacted areas. That should Saturday, just part of Friday. For some reason my day starts at 4 p.m. in the afternoon. Yeah, compensation Friday and Saturday went way up. I think because it slowly builds up, the backlog keeps building up day after day. That's faster than a second per... faster than a second, so it's more than 60 times. It's about 100 times faster in real time. As I'm waiting around, let's conform everything to the standard. I never did these. No, it's five. It was always a $5 base, and I think it started at $2 per segment. But basically, I just got rid of the base ticket price, because what it did was, on the shortest route here, we were having a whole bunch of problems with a lot of refunds in Dixon from Davis. And it's a combination of two problems, I think. One, it was the lines pointing back towards the other place. So the people were expecting, their expectations are based on the crow fly's distance. So if your spur lines backtrack, you can cause problems. And second of all, this is the shortest segment, so a base ticket price made the average price per kilometer higher average than other segments. So I think those two each kind of pushed it over the edge to make this the worst line for refunds. I was hoping that would, if I set the speed and then to a slower speed, and then set the price so that everyone is happy, then if I found a unhappy spot, I'd have headroom to speed up the train to make them happier. But it wasn't quite enough leeway to get rid of the unhappiness, while just getting rid of the base ticket price. They're still kind of unhappy, but they aren't as bad as before. No, middle of the morning. So unfortunately, it looks like just using base price for any reason kind of hurts your performance, which is too bad, because it'd be nice if, I mean, I'm super early access, you know, it's like, but finding a good balance of the game where you can actually play with all that stuff and have a use case for all base ticket price or all price per kilometer and everything in between. Tough balance to find, but you know, for gameplay's sake, that's kind of what you need. You want to be able to make strategic decisions. Alright. Almost got enough for another tram. Gotta get into the screen. I like how it thinks a lot of people are living right along the river because of the bike trails or whatever. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely worth experimenting and seeing. You know, because obviously I haven't played beyond this, so it's like, I'm sure there's some people who have really come up with some pretty amazing stuff. But like I said, I suspect that backtracking has the potential for causing issues. It may not, maybe not always, but there seems to be some, maybe not all, maybe not totally based on crow flies, but seems to have some effect. And so I'm thinking, I'm thinking horseshoe situations like that. So if I pick this station in the other mode, the people who want to go to Tahia would probably be on average. Just pause that for a second. No, they're completely neutral. Point Richmond, neutral. Oh, because they haven't paid anything yet. Because they pay at the next station. Interesting. So they start off neutral. So I gotta go by the train. So okay, so these people have paid some money, so they have some expectations. So if we show all, the ones who want to go from Ellis to nobody wants to go to there it is, Tahia. Yeah. See, they're unhappy because they're paying this many kilometers to go this many kilometers. Time and fare, overall bad. And Richmond, the same thing, because they're going all this way, so they're paying this much to get here. But the ones going from, say, Marina Park to Richmond, they're happy because they're paying just a little out of the way to get there. So yeah, some crow fly stuff definitely makes a difference. But really, you can't avoid it because your stations, whether it's here or here, you still have to go back to pick up people in either direction. And the ones who want to go, the ones who here that want to go this way are no problem. The ones who want to go south, a big problem. Should have got an Uber, yep. So yeah, so how to mitigate that? So it probably really... So going all the way back here to grab people. So anybody who would want to go from there to Vallejo really be mad. They'd probably be refunding everything. So Saturday we made 5 million. How did that work out? Oh, minus because we bought a train. I guess I thought that was positive. And it's like, how did we only lose 100,000 if we paid $1 million? And so we're paying 20% there. But yeah, compensations seem to pile up at the end of the week. And they seem to be based on stations that get over full, can't be picked up in a timely manner. How far can you zoom in? Zip. Bloop. Okay, so we have enough for another tram, but we don't really know where to put it. Probably Richmond. Or probably the south. I put one on each line here. Probably the south line of Sacramento. Because that's 3. Alright, let me... Another thing would be good is if you could change your fares based on the day. Let's experiment. Compare it to last week. Or do we want to really push it since we got rid of the base ticket price? Let's push it. So because we have so last week 39 million in fares. Paid out 3.2 million and 3.3 million in refunds and compensations. 29 million, 39 million. So we went up by 10 million. We went up by 5 million that month. Stayed the same that week. 26 million, 24 million, 29, 39. Nice. Alright, let's see how crazy things get there. So we're already at... No, we're less than 10%. Still Sunday though. Mass transit's in. Yep, hey Aeroflynn, welcome. And it's a mass transit you can build across the entire world if you want. So if your computer doesn't melt and the engine can handle it, and then could build from Anchorage to Ushala. Trans-Siberian Railway. Trans-Saharan Railway. Hey, there are people. We're gonna try to take care of California. $12 million. I want to see who has the worst backup though before I had a tram somewhere. 417. One got picked up. Vallejo 640. Yeah, I could probably use another tram. Fairfield. No problem there. Vacaville. No problem there so far. Dixon doesn't need another one. Davis. Overbooked. Sacramento's doing fine so far, so I think Vallejo is next on the agenda. Richmond's keeping up. Well, it's midnight now. Everyone's keeping up this time of night. We'll get to the heat of the day and see what backs up the most. We're getting to the point where, yeah, I could start building my second main line, which is going to be from Richmond to San Jose. It's going to be very expensive to build compared to this line, but the potential is also much, much bigger. Oh, that purple. Oh, that delicious purple. UC Berkeley. So the first stop will be Berkeley. Yeah, look at all that. So it'll probably be a little closer than the other one. We could try using a different train as well. So I think that would work out. Maybe go for a faster train. Refunds 5 million so far. Compared to last Monday, 7 million. Okay, so for some reason Mondays are really, really good. Even though it's taking part of the day from Sunday. Can't quite figure that out. Monday we had 198,000. Sunday, which is Saturday to Sunday, 70,000. 120 on Saturday. Friday was 212, 46, 81, 86 so far. We already have 5 million. So I think that price boost, I think that's going to help. Woodland. Oh, that's a good question. Can you do that in the station? $3,777. 69 million to build the tunnel, the station. But 3,000 people. I mean, you can shorten it. Holy cow. Regular station. 3,000. All right, right through the middle center of UC Berkeley. 6,000. Just like Davis. Had to zoom in a fair bit to see that. Oh, okay. Let's see, so it's about there. Hamilton, there it is. St. George's. Wow, it really is pretty much built up everywhere you can build, isn't it? I didn't realize it was that. But it looks like a underground. I mean, a subway definitely feels like it could be viable in big cities once you have the money to be able to afford it. $16 million. All right, getting to the point where we can. I'll wait till 2 p.m. See if anything's backed up there. So, because 1200 in Richmond. 800 in Vallejo, 700 in Fairfield, 700 in Vacaville. Dixon's not a problem. Nobody wants to go there. Davis isn't a problem. And Sacramento, 1,000. So far, Richmond is still the worst. But I think a Vallejo. Well, we have enough money for 2 trams. London Underground paid 1.7 to build it. Wow. $13. Richmond may still be the one to do, especially this line. Well, if that's 5, no, you each have 5. Lunchtime does seem to actually die down a little bit. 1400. Compensations are way down. Whoa, 9 million in fares. Okay, boosting the price has made a slight difference. Hey, Kataro, welcome. Yeah, I did a test though. Is equal to having to build all the overpasses. Went from like here to there. Somewhere over here, and then it's like might be a little more if I went this way because the roads are farther apart. But at the extreme where they're close together, it's like there's a wash. Alright, so let me pause it for a second. Let's take a look. 1100. Vallejo's fine, so I think Richmond needs another one. 1,000 in Fairfield. Okay, so which way are you guys going? Destination. Count. Oh, 132. Never mind. Yeah, Richmond seems the best bet for a new tram. Maybe one on each line. We'll throw one on each line, Richmond, and then we'll think about Sacramento and Vallejo next. Alright, so let's go ahead and fire up the moneymaker again. So there'll be 6 trains on each line. Ant farm it is. Never seen this game before. Just came out on the 26th. Alright, so we got Richmond. We'll do north first. Alright, so we have 5 trains on the line. An hour 15, which is, we'll have 6. 75. 6 divided by 75, same as 12-minute intervals. Trains. All lines. All right. Buy a train, city tram. Pretty sure these are, I was doing 215s on everything. Yeah. So 215. Actually, let me redo the other line as well. We can buy both at the same time. So, yeah, same thing, 12 minutes. Boop. Trains, 2 city trams. Bam, all our money. You get to go on the north line. And you get to go on the south line. $10 million in fares. Hey, Impish Thing, welcome. How you doing? Party invite show, hello. Alright, so that will bake in. Gotta make sure the spacing doesn't bug out at full speed. Looks like it's going pretty well though. Alright, so that should, yeah, well, still 1400, but it should draw more out. Alright, probably add 3, 4, 5, 3. Next, probably add one more to the south line here, and then one to Vallejo. We'll do Vallejo next. And I wouldn't doubt if we have to keep adding onto this. But we're 9 million profit a day. That is what I'm looking for. That's the kind of money we're making. We can start building new track. Toland landing. troll. Bixler. Discovery Bay. Modesto. Visit Yosemite Valley. Yay. Mono Lake. Dogtown. Carson City. Reno. Biggest little city in the world. Pretty dense. That's another park. Probably get some good money out of that. Cross country ski center. Her family used to have a timeshare here, ski resort. So that's the only time I went skiing, way back when I was a teenager. Yeah, so we can buy a tram pretty much every day at this rate. So one in Vallejo, one South Sac Line. Probably two more in Richmond. Maybe Fairfield or Vacaville. Maybe one more in Davis. And then start saving for new lines. Because if we're making that much, 10 million a day here, this at least double it, maybe more. A lot of zeros popping up there. It's 3 in the morning, okay. Alright, there's a few. Very angry passengers. I'm pushing the price limit, so they're unhappy. As long as it's okay if they're unhappy as long as they don't start demanding refunds. They can be mildly unhappy and we're fine with that. Grr. It's angry faces. Barely cost $1 billion. How many passengers did we do Monday? 223,000 now. Nice. Yeah, I think it costs a little bit more than $1 billion. Yep. Where? I missed somebody. Choices Charter School. Val. Probably in Fairfield. No. Where you look for twice the adjusted for inflation. It's actually not too bad for what was done. Alright, what's the one I missed? Let's do this. Davis. Oh, okay, all these out here. I never did. Windmere. Storybook Cottage. I like that one. Alright, now they're all conforming. I almost have enough for another tram. 594. Alright, where are you guys going to? So 183 of these people want to go back this way. They're very, very angry. Alright, let's add one to Vallejo. We have to have 18 million by the end of March. Quite a few years ago. Oh, very cool. Wet that whistle. Turn 92. 500. Yeah, we'll add one more to you guys. So Vallejo local. Currently have 4 trains. We're going to change it to 5. I think right now my voice is just straight out given out. So that's 65 minutes divided by 5 is 13 minutes each. And by a train. Yeah, 215. Wow, we made $1.5 million just while I was doing this. That's like what I like to see. If you really had the money, well, city trams. Because I can do 70, but the tracks can only do 45, so that's... If you had the money to run the tram on the expensive track. Purchase Vallejo. Tuesday, 7.6 million. Mondays, I don't know why they're so good, because part of their day is covering Sundays, period. 223,000. Then we did 214,000 on Tuesday. Okay, this is the first time I realized this, because this is the highway we go to San Francisco on, and the American Canyon exit is here. But I always thought it was just like some back road into the country, but no, there's an actual suburb of Vallejo there. I never knew that. Because from this view it just goes up into the hills. Because this is a really pretty drive through here, just huge hills on both sides. You have to actually climb quite a bit from here to get over the pass. Boop. Yeah, I think my voice is just plain giving out now. Alright, so let's... Let me lay in the line. Will it save with the ghost lines in? I guess we'll find out. Lay the station right through the golf course. Actually, right. No, we have to come this way. So the stations themselves aren't going to catch. Well, this kind of purple. Actually, if I do this. It doesn't let you cross the water. Okay, I thought you could use stations maybe to cheat across water. You cannot. There's still 1,700 there. That's actually better than some of the other stations on the other line, part of the line. Yeah, like this only has 749 native. Alright, now let's see what the track would cost us. Yeah, we're doing pretty short lines, and we're going to try so the trams can pretty much cover everything. And we already built the viaduct for the tram. So the train can just sneak underneath. We want to avoid there? Not really. Alright, that angle on the river. Come slow out of the station anyway, and oop. Can't get much better than that. The only slow place is right out of the station. 350 all the way. Alright, we need 47 million for that. So that's where that's what we would be waiting for. So that's 10. No more than a week and a half. What kind of train? $320. That one is 34 million. The 72 million, no. So we go for the Vitesse. 504 passengers. I think we go for this one. Can it be shortened? Nope. So 47 plus 34, and then we gotta build the tram line. Alright, I need to use the restroom again, so let me go do that. You guys can watch me make money. Yeah, that's right, we have to have that ready as well, so that's, yeah, 18 million. Alright, let me BRB. Boop, boop, and boop. Alright, I'm back. Thank you guys for waiting. There's a kitty in the room. Let's see how long she'll stay here. Hey, kitty. Psst, 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 psst. She's not scratching at the door yet, but alright, so we made 7 million that year or day. And we made 3 million so far this month, and refunds and compensation are pretty reasonable. So yeah, I think we're making money in a way that it's like, where'd the track I make go? And it's like, oh, that's all of it. See how much money we make without it even being connected to it. So we need $48 million there, 34 for the train, and 19 for the interest. So 34, 48, 70, 82. Hey, there's a kitty. There's a kitty. Meow. You see all the trains moving around the screen. There's the kitty. There's the kitty. Meow. Tangled up in my earbuds. There's the kitty. 48, 18. $70, 66, and 34. Hey, 100 million. That dude, hello. Nope, she's trying to get in the window. Let me let her in the window. She'll probably like to stay there for a little bit. Here you go. Kitty. So yeah, pretty much 100 million is what we need to build this new line. Hey, we're almost to 10. So I won't be sitting here for however long it takes there. The one thing I do want to do is let's find out how long it takes to run a day. Or does anybody know already? So I'll hit stopwatch. Good, hurry up when it starts 6 o'clock. Boom. Alright. When it's 6 o'clock again, we'll see how long. Well, we can do half a day. So when it hits 6 o'clock, 18, stop the stopwatch and see how long a day is at full speed. Now it'll tell us how long we have to actually wait. So I can't stop anything right now. $10 million, woo! 10% of the way there. Yeah, because in 10 days we have to pay the 18 million. And we're not making 10 million a day. We're making 7. I'd call it an average of 7. Did make almost 10 million that. So 49 million a week. Yeah, so 2 weeks. So if we get the Bay Area, we'll be making, so this is 7 million a day, 14 million a day, 20 million a day. Then we'll build a Central Valley line, San Andreas Fault. That'll be fairly cheap to build, but probably won't make a whole bunch of money. Then we can hit LA. That's a really good kind of view of how it's all almost desert back here. The rest of this is so green in Washington and Oregon, but then in the Badlands it's so dry and brown. I have been to Banff. Family vacationed up in Canada as a teenager. Vancouver. There's the kitty. There's the kitty. What you doing, kitty? What you doing? What you doing? What you doing? She's really just antsy right now. Not chill at all. Eve Online. And all our little trains working their little hearts out. Alright, we got the 13. Denverton. Oh, that works for that. Alright, Geo, have a good one. Catch you later. Up to 14 million. Not quite a third of the way. 16 would be a third of the way. 16? Yeah. Okay, we got that built for $1 billion, and that's 100 million. Oh, 7 million profit on Thursday. Alright, gotta pay attention to when it hits 18. Stop the stopwatch. We're already up to 6 minutes and 20 seconds. It's even brighter now. $17. Seven minutes. Alright, 7 minutes, 12 seconds for a day, or a half a day. So 14:24. It's essentially 15 minutes a day. So a week would be 2 hours, and we have to go like 2 weeks. So 4 hours, yeah, we're not gonna do that. So let's go see who we can raid. As we'll keep the clock running here. Do I want to? I may go ahead and run it offline. Because I'm not going to add any more trains. We're just going to go up to 100 million. And there's no problems going on. So I'll run it up to 100 million offline. And then next time we'll build that. Actually, this would be a good game to do a little bit between $1 billion of South Tokyo, maybe about 25k a day. This is fine. Yeah, this seems like a game that let it run a little bit offline, have something in mind to build, and then like between the first session of a gaming session of my stream and the second game, do a little bit of this. I think that would be the best way to play this game. Once in a while we'll just sit here, because it's a really good just chatting game, because there's not much going on except when I'm really involved building. Then we can just hang out. So I think we'll stream it more, but obviously it's like all the waiting stuff. It's not going to happen too much, but any major builds you guys will see. But like I said, I think once we cover the Bay Area, I think we'll be not quite critical mass. We will reach a point where we'll make more money than I can spend. Like it happens on Transport Fever. But today is not that day. Alright, let's see who we can spread the love to. Alright, let's go help out Back Kiddo. She just applied for partner. So let's dump a nice sized raid on her. She's playing Star Wars Jedi Fallen something. Fallen Order, there we go. A Scottish lass. Still awake I am. We improved our revenue by, we about doubled our revenue. Fallen Order, yep. Let's go say hello Bat Kiddo. Really good kid, met through Twitch Kittens. Like I said, she just applied for partner a couple days ago. So we'll go help her out with a big raid. Jimorian Chill raid. And I'll see you guys yeah, tomorrow. I'm gonna try to rotate the games again. Yeah, between the two games that I play tomorrow, we'll do a little bit of this so you guys can have witness, or at least in the VOD, the building of the East Bay line. And that will be really cool. I'm not sure what I'm going to play yet tomorrow, but we'll figure it out. Raid Bat Kiddo. And I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much. This is a great little chill, super chill raid, or super chill stream for us, so I'll see you later. Bye bye. Have an awesome day, awesome weekend. Catch you later. And la boop.